I get satellites all the time. I'm always capturing satellites, and I can like. There's sometimes where I'll be on a satellite for 35, 40 seconds, just turning my knob, just looking at it. Satellites are funny because they look exactly. It looks like a star. They look no different than a star, just scooting.
Like going really
I mean, I've
fast,
looked
huh?
at what's that belt of them, the that SpaceX satellite thingy. I've looked at that too, and when you look at those, they turn green and orange. They look like they look all the same color in the sky, but when you put your telescope on, you can tell that each one's a little bit of a different color, and some of them are super super green, which is weird because if they're satellites, why are they glowing green like that when you put your telescope on? Because they look like I mean, you guys have seen it, right? It all looks like just a dot of all uniform colors, but each one of those dots is like kind of a different color, and some of them get
You want to
really,
hear
really
something funny,
vibrant.
man? Yeah, yeah. I want to hear something funny. Check this out. So I'm right here in Jacksonville, Florida, like, but just about perpendicular from where they launch, about a little over 100 miles, 120, 90, 120 miles or so. Um, so the
Nice.
ones that come up and the ones that launch north, like I could see the SpaceX ones, they're like bluish, and they seem to go a little higher, like than airplanes do even. And then the NASA ones, like that one rocket that I forgot the name of it, but it's like orangey color and stuff, and it doesn't seem to be going near as high. But but here's what's funny is when the SpaceX ones are cool to watch, right? So it's sitting here cruising, and I was going to time it out, but I'm trying to focus in on it with my P1000, and my wife had her phone, just an iPhone, right next to it, and she's recording it. I'm having to literally offset it, like like they say, like light refracts in telescopes. If you're pointing at a star, you got to offset it, and I'm having to offset my camera like a few degrees to even see it. It was crazy. If I aimed my camera at it, it wasn't there. I mean, like it's the weirdest thing I ever experienced. How is that even possible with anything that close? You know, it's not that many miles away. Why am I having to aim? I think I was having to lead it like three degrees or so. I mean, I didn't measure the degrees. I just know the camera was pointed at it, and I couldn't see it. I had to offset the camera to get it in view.
You do know that the iPhone like does bunches of fixes to things on the fly, right? Like pictures.
Sure, yeah. You'd think the P1000 would match that, though. You'd think.
No, the camera phone's totally different. It has some similarities,
yeah.
but the phone is going to be so much user friendly with the software baked into it.
From what I see, looking at planes, man, I think the SpaceX rockets are going up. They're going up higher, but they're probably going up 20, maybe even a little more, at least 20 miles. They're going up there, bro. They're up there. I mean, the NASA rockets, man. This is just a guess, my personal opinion, just from looking at planes all day and other things. They're probably going about 15, maybe 16 miles up, man. Maybe not even quite that. I'm being a little generous, but the SpaceX rockets, they're up there, bro. They're up there, way above planes. I'm sorry.
Where do you live that you can see rockets?
He said
Jacksonville, Florida. Yeah, when they launch up, you know, toward the northeast. I'm like north. I'm exactly north east of NASA of Kennedy.
Well,
yeah, I'm
judging by
voting.
your accent, I thought you were Georgian or West Virginian or Carolina or something.
Yeah, I'm
pretty close to Georgia, man. I'm about the same distance from Georgia that I am from NASA.
Nah, Brian, you got a Florida accent, dude. I grew up in New England, but I've been in Alabama for like 10 years. I know what people from Florida sound like.
Do I sound Floridian? Because I'm not, but I've moved here.
Well, but there's some people in Florida that have no accents too. I noticed.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of them are implants or transplants.
Yeah, that would be me.
Transplant.
Immigrants.
Yeah, I immigrated from Maine down to Florida. Okay, that's my best take sounding. Sorry.
That's whatever. It's not as crap as like, dude. I'm fucking outside Montgomery, Alabama. What a dump. I mean, where I live is nice, but Montgomery, ugh. Like I thought the ghettos in like Boston and stuff were bad. No, the South's ghettos are way different. It's crazy.
There's some
out
poor
here.
people
It's
down
fun.
here, huh?
Anyway, man, so I got this idea, right? So I'm used to watching these planes and they're going at different angles. But one thing you know for sure is whatever the argument, you do know that through perspective, whatever, globe, flat, it doesn't matter at this point. So we know that when it hits its highest point, okay, or close to it, this is being a little bit generous for the globe because it's supposed to be going up and up and up. But we know when it hits its highest point, when it's like perpendicular to you, if you're looking straight east, that it's probably perpendicular, right? Yeah, like airplanes, to a certain extent, you see when they hit their highest point, and then it's a quick little transverse. Then they start looking like their head down slightly, and it's perspective because they're going off in the distance. So I figured if I could line this thing up with exact east, then I can get its speed, at least a rough estimate of its speed according to the time that it launched, watching it live, and knowing the miles I am from Cape Canaveral, and I could get mark it right when it gets dead east to me, and get at least, like I said, a rough estimate. But since then, since I had that idea and discussed it with a couple of people, like not one rocket has came in the path, man, from where they usually launch and head like northeast. It's crazy, man. If I ever hear one, I'm gonna do this, and because I don't know, man, I question a lot about these rocks. I certainly question the height. I question that they're going up and up and up and up because they're looking just like a plane. They go off the distance, it gets lower and lower. They do look a little bit higher than an airplane, not much, I'd like to put some of these things to the test.
Yeah, do that test where you can show that the zoom doesn't change from one thing to another so that we can debunk all these observational scientists at least to make them stop saying, well, if we can see it, then it's science.
Yeah, I think I
Maybe
got
some
it.
of
Let me
them-
let me look it up. Let me look it up real quick. I think I got it recorded. Give me just a minute.
Yeah, because those observational scientists, they either get to keep their distance to the ISS or their observational science. Add
Dude,
another
today's
one
been
to the contradictionary.
it's been such a fantastic day today. It's my wife's birthday. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is coming out, and I just found out I'm a scientist. This is amazing.
Yeah, if you actually like test things out, then by definition, because what are the definition that one guy who was a scientist
He
in
said it
training,
could be
he said that a
scientist
scientist
creative.
uses the scientific method at work. So I guess if you're working in your garage and you're using the scientific method, now if you're the car was an analogy, obviously, right? The two trucks. It's not natural science because we made the car, right? So if you're talking about natural science, you'd have to observe like water boiling in what do they call those things? By the volcanoes, the
Geyser.
sulfur geyser, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so you have
Yeah.
to
I remember
it has to be a
he actually
naturally observed
said.
phenomenon. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say he actually said science is things that scientists do.
Yeah, that's definitely circular. I'm sorry. Using the word to define the word.
That was what he said, Mr. Astronomer.
Yeah, I kind of felt
So
limited
I'm
when
officially part of the body of science. This is great.
most people are, because people observe things in nature all the time and do it all the time and don't realize that they're doing it. Like it's even talked about in the letters of Paul. He was telling people to be careful of things science falsely so called. He was warning them about pseudoscience like 2,000 years ago. In another part, he said, test all things and keep that which is good. Now, you might say this is like proto-science or whatever, and I'd be okay with that. But you could tell that they were figuring it out all the way back then. Now, was that 2,000 years ago? Who knows? But, and then allegedly, about 500 years ago, Francis Bacon kind of coined the scientific method. And yeah, there is, colloquially accepted, scientific methods that don't actually follow the scientific method. But that's why the scientist always has to, not just post the abstract, but the methodology, and the devil's in the details. Everybody knows that. I would hope everybody would know the devil's in the details. In the methodology, you don't just read the abstract, because the abstract is like the title of an article. And anybody who's been on the internet the past 10 years, you don't just read the title of an article, because most of the time, especially if it's on Google, it's going to be clickbait. Anybody got any evidence of the globe? And yeah, the debate bros or whatever those guys are called. I've answered that question that he's asked before. And what he did was, and he's not really here to defend himself, but I'm sure he's done it to you too. So what he did was he was like always trying to control the conversation and tell me that I can't answer things a certain way, and it was all control freak. So when he came in earlier and I was reminding them that they have no authority here, like that's why I did that. So if he wants to come back in here, and we'll let him do his little shtick. Holy shit, is that? I just sat down. I'm gonna unmute Deck and Frost. Does anybody object?
None here.
Anybody else muted that doesn't need to be muted? All right,
Well, I'm
Vlad,
not
you're
sure why
unmuted.
he's muted. I'm not sure why he's muted.
I just sat down and looked at my screen and saw that he was muted. So earlier I got some kind of warning that I can't unmute people that a moderator has muted or something.
Oh, it's
I don't know why.
if there's been a maybe Heretics done a ban, or like a and then you can't override the mute.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Wonder who I unmuted. There is just realizing people in around rockets being launched. No, Talon, I'm not just now realizing that. I was judging by his accent that he lived in the Carolinas. I didn't know that he lived in a place like Florida, Houston, or California where they launch rockets. Honestly, I thought he was from West Virginia. Because I've talked to Brian plenty of times, never asked him where he was from. So you'd be wrong about that, Talon X.
That's not what my comment's about. My comment is not exactly about what you just said there.
What's your comment about?
It's the issue that people witness rockets going into space every time the public can just see people shooting rockets into space.
Can you define space?
Yeah, the outer space above, outside the atmosphere of the globe.
So you think people can see rockets going past the moon?
Yeah, they see them go up, not fly away like a plane does.
So I asked you a question, I'll ask it again. So can people see rockets going past the moon?
Past the moon? No, why would rockets be going past the moon?
Because
No,
you said they're
and, like,
going
why would-
past the Earth's
like-
atmosphere, and according to space.com, the moon is in the Earth's atmosphere.
Right, there's like atmospheres that go that far out, but the outside the atmosphere is like considering like the stratosphere and things like that. You would consider those outside the atmosphere. So you're not counting the those like magnetic fields or whatever it is that you think you're conflating with the actual atmosphere that I'm talking about. So did you want to address that? Clarification.
I think you're conflating, space and the Earth's atmosphere. Because surprise, Earth's atmosphere extends far beyond the
Surprise.
moon.
Wait, what's
according
that?
to
What's that?
space.com.
What's that little tiny layer of? Right. What do they call that? Geo corona. Right. Like, well, how far? Where do you think the rest of the atmosphere? Do you think the entire Earth's atmosphere, like the stratosphere, is all part of the geo corona?
I didn't say that.
No, I mean you just linked to something. So are you now abandoning the very thing that you cited?
No, I'm showing you
Huh?
that you
Okay.
were wrong when you said that people can see.
No, I'm saying that you're.
Hold on, if
you're
you'll just let me
conflating.
finish. If you'll just let
Oh.
me finish. You said that people can see that rockets go into space. So I asked you, how do you define
Yeah.
space? You said outside of the Earth's atmosphere, and I just showed you that if you've been consistent so far, you believe that people can see rockets go beyond the moon's orbit.
Okay. And again, seeing beyond the moon does not equal seeing outside of the atmosphere. So like seeing, and so when I say going outside the atmosphere, I'm saying like literally going up and leaving Earth's gravity and leaving Earth's and going into orbit. Whereas an airplane, when you watch an airplane fly away, they don't leave the atmosphere when they when they go over the curvature of the Earth. And so if you want to be consistent with reality, then you would have to start agreeing with me and learn how to figure out what you're saying is either a conflation or just plain incorrect, because you're trying to say that the geocorona is part of like the Earth's atmosphere and and talking about conflating it with what I'm talking about as far as like the stratosphere, the actual geosphere of the globe.
Once again, you're demonstrating to everyone that you don't know what you're talking about, because you can't leave Earth's gravity. Because if you understand the inverse square law, every time you double the distance, it loses its intensity times 4, but it never actually goes to 0, does it?
Larry, you've got a globe in your in the picture that you cited.
So
So
that's a red herring.
then, so therefore,
Can you
so
address
welcome to
what
the
I
globe,
said?
my dude. So if you're gonna start
Can you
citing
address
things,
what I
make sure
said?
that there's not a globe in it before you start questioning
Ni-
whether or not the things that I'm saying
nice
proves
red
a
herring.
globe.
Nice red herring. Can you address what I said, or are you going to avoid that like the plague?
Why do I have to avoid another one of your loaded? I don't have to avoid any of your loaded questions, Larry. I'm just going to explain what you're wrong about.
Okay, so you're going to avoid it like the plague. Got it.
What? Okay, go ahead and say your question, and then we'll talk about how loaded it is.
Promise you won't plead the fifth this time?
What? And I just didn't hear it because again,
Right,
you're
so
not addressing what I'm talking
leaving.
about.
You're talking about leaving Earth's gravity. If you understand how the inverse square law works, it never actually goes to 0. It just keeps dividing it by 4. You can't
Okay.
leave Earth's gravity in your model. Everywhere you go, you're still affected by Earth's gravity above 0.00000.
Right, but then when you get far enough up in the air, which is what rockets are doing, which is what we're talking about, you go into orbit, which means you're still being affected by Earth's gravity, but you've used rocket propulsion to get out far enough away to where you go into orbit. So you're still falling due to gravity, but because you're so far away, you're actually circling all the way around this. This is physics 101, Larry. How are you not getting this?
Right, so you're admitting that you were wrong. That you can't leave
No,
Earth's
again, I
gravity.
just explained what I'm right about and why I'm right. So you're trying to make it like just because I said they're getting out of Earth's gravity that they're no longer in control of it. But in reality, like they are far enough away where they're not being pulled to the Earth. They're just circling around it like the moon does and like the Earth does around the sun.
Sounds
you
like
need to-
somebody proved gravity with physics. That's interesting.
I think you need to take advice from Jordan Peterson and be precise with your speech next time.
Well, I mean, what do you mean? I have nothing I've said has been imprecise or inconsistent. You're
Okay,
just
tell me-
Hey
conflating.
Larry, can I?
You've made
Hold on
multiple
just a
bad
second.
faith
Hold on.
questions, like you move the
Hold on just a second.
goalpost. Your fallacies
I'm
are just so bad.
Not moving the goalpost, right? We're talking about
Yep.
where space is, and then you mentioned leaving Earth's gravity. So I wanted to know, where do you go where you can leave Earth's gravity, taking the inverse square law into consideration?
It's rocket science, Larry. You go up, away from the Earth.
It's
There's less
rocket
gravity.
science. That's where you go to leave the Earth's gravity.
Right. You use rocket science to leave Earth's gravity to get up high enough to where gravity can't pull you towards the center. That's why why satellites orbit the Earth and not fall and crash to the Earth, Larry. Do you understand the difference between being parallel to the surface of the globe and being
Parallel.
crashing into it?
Uh-oh.
Because I mean, we need because also I mean, this is all Newton's laws of motion, right? Like you understand that Newton's laws of motion are still correct, right? You still believe in Newton's laws of motion?
For the most part, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know
Yeah,
if I
that's good.
buy everything that everyone has ever said about Newton. Or
Well, there's laws of
everything
motion though.
that he
Have
said.
you? There's nothing that's still being used. That's still correct. 100%.
Right. So you can't leave Earth's gravity, like no matter what.
Yeah, you can. You
in
use
your
rockets.
model. Okay.
Yeah, rockets.
You're still being
We
pulled
pull-
on
Push us.
by
We
the
get
Earth's
away from
gravity
Earth's
in
gravity.
your model. I don't think you understand how gravity works.
So like when you're orbiting something, are you going towards it or are you going around it?
Did you leave it? No.
You didn't leave Earth's gravity.
But if you
You're
were going, but
going
if you were stuck
around
going
the
towards
Earth.
something, but then you get far enough away from something that you're now no longer going towards it, but you're only going around it, that's a
The only-
change. And
the
so that's leaving gravity.
No, that's incorrect. The only reason they call it microgravity is because they're falling around the Earth. And because you're in that falling state, there's microgravity, but you're still under gravity. You're incorrect, sir. That's why they
Right,
call
we
it
choose-
microgravity.
We choose to do that, Larry, because we can keep going. We can go all the way to the moon. We can go to Jupiter. We went to Pluto. You just keep going.
What is gravity? I don't understand what are you talking about gravity? What is that?
It's a little complicated. It's the effect that mass has on other mass.
Oh, it's complicated. It's like it's a pseudo force,
And
but at the
if
same
I-
time,
you want me to give you, like, the third grade-
and it pulls
the
everything
third
down
grade,
its center of mass, but it
yeah.
doesn't affect clouds, and it doesn't affect any type of gas ever.
No, it
that
does.
gravity?
The third grade.
Oh, gas has a downward bias.
Well, the third grade explanation again is things fall down. That's the
Not
third grade
gas,
explanation
not
of gravity.
clouds. There's
Yeah,
clouds up
you
in the
know,
sky
ever
right
heard
now
of
that are
rain?
absolutely not falling down.
Wait, what is rain?
Is rain? What is rain?
Yeah.
Where-
Where do you think
where-
rain comes from?
Well,
Where does
first
rain
off,
come from,
yeah,
scientists?
where did the rain come from? Did it
Where?
evaporate from the ground and go up?
Yeah, it does. Why was it
So
down
the
there? Though?
vapor
Why was it
goes
down on the
up.
ground, though, scientist?
Because it was liquid water, Doctor, whatever your name
Uh-huh.
is.
Yeah.
I mean, why else wouldn't it be on the ground? If I have a pot full of water, and
Gravity.
let's say
That's
it's
begging the question,
95
by the way.
degrees outside, and I leave this pot outside all week, and that pot empties, what happened to all the water that was inside that pot?
Evaporation?
It evaporated.
Evaporates.
Yeah.
Becomes a
And
gas.
turned into clouds.
And then turns into clouds, and goes up, and then what
Where did
happens
it go?
when
Did it
it
evaporate?
condenses? What happens when it condenses?
How did it evaporate? How did it evaporate out of the pot?
Called,
Evaporation, because the temperature change
Oh.
heats
Yeah.
up.
Where did it go?
but it's also called
Did it go down?
sublimation.
There's a couple different things with evaporation, right? It's mostly temperature, but it's also like humidity and stuff like that.
It went a very specific
It's-
direction
alright,
to
it's
fall back down.
Not
again.
sublimation. It's not sublimation
thank you.
either.
Just those two things.
It's not-
yeah,
Not
specific.
sublimation.
Okay, maybe I should go check the definition, but basically
Sublimation
it converts to
is-
gas
Ice to gas.
without
So
hitting the
solid to
boiling
gas
temperature.
without- You're missing one step.
And when it converts to gas, where does it go? Does it go to the
Yeah,
left?
I
the
think I
right?
got
Into the
that
atmosphere.
wrong. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
It goes upward.
But it's still
So it goes up, right? The
Correct.
water turns into gas. It goes up.
Oh, it goes away. No, it goes away from the center of the Earth. There is no such thing as up or down in this context. We're using level and verticals.
You mean in or out? There's no up or down on a globe, right?
Okay, well, in terms of how we, if you want to use the word up, we're defining that as away from the center of the Earth, and then
See, you're
down
so
is, of
dishonest. You can't even say the sky is up. You would have to say the sky is away. Oh,
We
this
can
sky
use
is
the word
away
up.
from you.
I've heard
that-
multiple dispute on how it's defined, and so in
But
my
this is
my
what
eyes, I would
flat Earth
define
has
up
done
as
to
away
you.
from the Earth.
This is what flat Earth has done to you. It has gotten you so effed up in your head, you can't even say the sky is up.
I
Think about
was
that.
going to say that, but
That's kind of-
I'm saying
that's-
I can say we can
that's
say up, but
tragic.
I would rather use away from Earth just for context
Yeah,
because
yeah,
it's easier
flat
to
Earth has
understand.
affected you
'Cause
so
when you say up,
badly,
that's
you
it can be
refuse to say
misleading.
The word up. That's upsetting. I feel really sorry for you, man. You can't even say up.
So
Flat
I'm
Earth's
not.
not important to me.
Okay, so let me go ahead and clarify because you're
You
misconstruing what
can't
I'm saying.
even say the word up.
I
That's
can.
fucked
So
up.
scientists, there's a big difference between can and
Hey, I'm a
don't.
scientist too, buddy. I'm a scientist, so watch who you talking to.
Okay, so how do you define up then? I would like for you to clarify, please.
Up?
Yeah. How do you define
Like-
up?
The same way everyone else does, above my head,
I don't-
vertical,
well, so far,
up.
this is you're in a
Away
Discord
from the
where people are
ground?
not agreeing on that.
Perpendicular to horizontal.
Perpendicular.
There we go. Yeah,
Horizontal. How did you get that perpendicular to the horizontal?
because of horizontal. Because horizontal exists because the horizon is horizontal, which everything is based off of.
Yeah, but how do you know you're perpendicular to the horizontal? How did you get the horizontal?
Because the horizon is horizontal. We already have a horizontal. All you have to do is go to the fucking beach, and you will see a perfect horizontal. We have horizontal established in the horizon. The horizon. We
Mhm.
already have a fixed
So that's
horizontal
level.
on our Earth.
So we're on to different words now because we're just trying to define up. So you're saying up is horizontal or
We
perpendicular?
define
to-
up from horizontal, which is the horizon. The horizon establishes horizontal.
Hey,
So now,
Talon
so now we
doesn't.
have to define
hey,
horizontal in order to
Talon doesn't.
define
Talon
up.
doesn't even believe what he's arguing. He's just arguing for the sake of arguing, dude.
That's a bad faith. Please do not strawman me, Timbo.
Well, is the horizon not horizontal in your mind?
I think horizon is level to the center of the Earth.
Earlier when he
Because
was arguing with
we're now
Larry,
onto a different word,
What is
which
that?
is horizontal.
What do you
So,
mean to the center of the Earth? That's a baseless. That's literally a baseless assertion.
well,
The
it's,
guys
center of
interrupt-
what?
Time out, guys.
You
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 guys
have to prove
interrupted.
your
That's why I
radius
don't wanna
first
get you
to have the
triggered.
center of the
You
radius.
guys interrupted Oblivion. Go ahead, Oblivion.
sorry, I was just going to say earlier when he was arguing with Larry, I was going to say his
Sorry.
it's the equivalent of saying that an airplane is leaving our atmosphere. You know what I mean? Because it doesn't leave Earth's gravity.
yeah, it
Remember?
doesn't leave the atmosphere or anything. I'm saying it goes away.
Goes
so it goes
away.
over the
So a
horizon.
plane goes away, therefore leaving atmosphere, just as
No, it's flying through.
going away,
atmosphere.
going away from the Earth leaves Earth's
Hey.
atmosphere. Similar.
It's just flying through the atmosphere.
Well,
Hey,
It's not
Talon,
going because a plane is not going up or down because it's maintaining a level altitude.
what
So
about
it's, going,
satellites?
it's at
you said?
50,000 feet. When it's at 50,000 feet, it's not going up or down anymore. It's staying at
What
one.
about satellites?
Yeah,
Satellites are
It's
in
like the
orbit.
plane
That's
doesn't have to-
that's
What
have to
about
accomplish
airplanes?
any type of
because you
purpose.
have to use rocket. As you can see, you can't fly a satellite with an airplane. You need
So
a rocket to
airplanes
get.
are
higher
equivalently leaving Earth's atmosphere, just
No, they're
as
not.
you said, satellites leave Earth's gravity. They're equivalent in your generalization.
If I could clarify, the rockets send satellites into space, outside of the atmosphere, into orbit, so that so there's no wings involved with rockets. It's just pure thrust and fuel to weight ratios and stuff like and all the trajectories and stuff like that. But an airplane is using Bernoulli's principle, which is lift to weight ratio based on their speed. And so as long as the wings are big enough to lift to produce enough lift, all they need are jet thrusters to get enough speed to create the lift on the wings. And so that's a whole different set of physics.
You're jabbering. The difference is you said that a satellite left Earth's gravity. I'm saying, well, then equally, airplanes leave Earth's atmosphere.
No,
It's not making any sense.
airplanes
You're not
fly on
conceding
the
that
air.
you're wrong.
Wings fly on the air. Rockets, because rockets,
Sorry, I'm sorry.
rockets don't have wings. They have fins to maintain
Not the point.
straight
You're missing the
trajectories.
point. You weren't conceding
but
the
you're
fact
literally
that
missing the point because you're
satellites
saying that
aren't leaving Earth's gravity. They're not leaving it.
yes, they
So
are.
then
They're
you
going
keep
into
arguing.
orbit.
Oh, it's gone.
Do you think
Gone.
airplanes go into orbit when they fly?
Not the point. You're
What
missing
is
the point.
gravity that everyone's talking
Okay, well,
about?
I just
Everyone's
asked you a
talking
question,
about
though.
gravity.
But the point is that the planes are not going into orbit, whereas satellites are. So that's the thing that you're missing.
No, you're not conceding that that satellites are not leaving Earth's gravity.
Yes, they are. They're going into orbit. They're
Oh,
not going
Lord.
towards the Earth anymore. Like an airplane, turn the engine off of an airplane. What happens?
it'll glide.
Falls down, right? So like a
Maybe
satellite,
looking off of the
a satellite, so a
magnetic
satellite, there's no engine on a satellite putting it in
Yeah,
orbit
there's no
around the
engine
Earth.
on the
It is
magnetic
just high enough.
moving.
It is out of Earth's gravity, so it doesn't fall back down. It's
Okay, here we
so
go
far
again.
away that it's able to orbit the
Okay.
Earth. So that's
Stop,
why I'm
please.
right.
Yeah.
Please stop just for a
Well,
second. Hold on. Let me address that. Okay, so when a satellite is in orbit, if we're talking about the orbit where it's not geostationary, it is not escaped Earth's gravity. It is locked into an orbit where it's halfway in between flying away and flying to the Earth. So it's in an orbit that is at equal forces to where it's not falling down and it's not flying away. It's still under the gravitational well of the Earth.
That is my
Abs-
point. That is literally what I've been saying the whole time. Thank you.
No, you said that
For
it
agreeing with
left
me finally.
Earth's gravity. That's
You finally
not what
figured
you
it
said.
out. Because
That's
we're
not
getting
what you said.
away, because the only way to get into orbit, you have to get away from Earth's gravity to get to that point.
No, that is not true.
That is literally what you just said, Larry.
You're not out of Earth's gravitational well.
You said it has to be in a balance between not falling down, which is away from gravity. So you just conceded right there.
No,
Actually,
no, no. Wait,
You
wait a
just
second.
changed
You
it
guys are
from
missing
out
the
of
point.
versus away. Now you're moving the goalpost back
It's
to
the same thing. Because he's
No.
literally conceding. That's the
No,
concession right there.
sorry.
That
Can I-
proves me right, because that's
Can I
what I've
just-
been saying.
Can I just clarify that if it's in an orbit, then it's got like an outward push as well, yeah, because it's spinning around in a circle.
The
So
rocket.
if it's not getting further away or closer, that would mean that it's still locked in Earth's gravity because it's not getting further away. Correct?
Well, because we would use more. Well, if we wanted to get away from the Earth.
Is it correct? Is it correct or not?
Is it? What is correct? I was.
I'm going to give you. I'll
reiterating.
give you one chance. I'll give you one chance to answer the question, man. Because you're just babbling shit. Was what I said correct or not?
Say it one more time, please.
If a satellite is orbiting, which means going around in a circle, then it would have an outward trajectory. Yeah, it would keep on moving away. But it's not. You're saying so it's locked in with Earth's gravity at an equilibrium with what it should be getting pushed away at. So it's still in Earth's gravity. Is that correct or not?
That is a redundant way of saying it. Sure.
All right.
Oh.
See you later, man. See you,
I
dude.
said yes. I agreed with you. Why? What do you mean? See you later.
You
I
do
just
agree.
Yeah. So
Why
what does
don't
that?
you just
so,
say yes?
so we all agree then. So we all agree that it's away from gravity in
You
orbit.
said it's no.
We use
you said
rockets
it's
to get things away from
outside.
gravity and put them into orbit.
Yeah.
And it's locked into.
Bro, see you later, man. You're done, man.
Where is this satellite located? Real quick, I'm confused. You guys talking about satellites and gravity?
Yeah,
This
it's
was
just
all-
we're just entertaining
all-
him, man. He's not. He's an idiot. Man.
This was all
But
based
where is
on
this
for
satellite?
giving. I'm trying to explain it to you, bro. We were giving him the benefit of the doubt about his model being true and discussing his model as if it were actually true, which, was really nice of us to do that. But he kept saying
Okay.
weird stuff that was wrong. I kept proving him wrong. And when I did, he would say, your argument that you just made is now my argument. Thanks for agreeing with me.
Yeah.
Which was weird. That was really, really weird for anybody who heard that.
Hey, by the way, Larry, I wasn't trying to just, get a gotcha. I was like trying to get some clarification because the information I knew about, like where the atmosphere ended, was the one I put up, the Wikipedia article says it's like only 70,000 into space, like where the Kármán line is, and actually the Kármán line's below that.
Right. That's why I asked him, where do you think space is, right? Good. He said it's outside of Earth's atmosphere. So that's why I posted an article from space.com, reputable source, that said the moon's in Earth's atmosphere. So when he said originally that we can see rockets going into space, ipso facto, that means that we would have to see rockets going past the moon's orbit outside of that for him to be correct. So I was showing how he was incorrect. And anytime you think you got a gotcha on me, please deploy that gotcha.
It wasn't
Bring the
that,
trap.
though. I was looking for clarification, though, sir.
It's all good, bro. Anytime.
But
Hey, by the way, I try to be intellectually honest in this channel because I expect the same out of others.
Yeah, you have been
Hmm.
so far as I can tell.
so you guys were kind of more or less just like giving him some rope, like you're being
Yes,
polite
Yeah.
about it. I think.
that's what
To
I
hang
like to do.
himself.
That's how, if you notice, like there's several methods that I deploy. Right. One of them is go ahead and assume whatever you want about my accent, I'm a hick, whatever. The next thing is go ahead and let them talk and give them a little rope so that I could catch them in the area that they're wrong. But yeah,
Huh.
that's what I do.
I was gonna say you sound like Nebraska.
No,
With
he's Texas.
with guys like Talon, yeah. Like, did you notice he just keeps on saying stuff, but not actually saying anything? He just,
Yeah.
and then what you'll do is you'll jump in and answer him, and then he'll quickly move on to something else that doesn't make any sense.
Another thing that's really
And
weird.
then you'll
Go ahead, I'm
answer
sorry.
him. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Larry.
No, and then you answer him.
Yeah, and then you answer him, and then he does it again, and then he'll just keep on. Like it's not. It's not that he's not saying anything. He's actually saying something. He's saying the law of the globe. Yeah. But when you start arguing back with him, and don't hold him down to anything, he just keeps on scattergunning you.
Rinse, wash, and repeat.
You'll learn these characters.
They're all the
Same.
same. Every Glober's the same. It all boils
I'd
down
say
to
we're all the same. Just as I wouldn't say all the flat
well,
earthers are the same.
oh no,
You're
flat
not.
earthers are super fragmented. It's bad. I like when I became a flat earther in very like December of 2019 up until about like 2021. I saw the Dave Weiss stuff. I was shocked and freaked out how fragmented flat Earth is between the factions. It's bad. Now, see, that's what the Globers have on flat Earth. Globers move lockstep. You guys all move lockstep simultaneously. Every single Glober. Once a new argument's formed, you guys all adapt to it. Flat Earth's not like that, But seeking truth or teaming up to defeat something, there's a difference, right?
Definitely, I agree with that.
Yeah. But the whole satellite thing, and yeah, like if a satellite can go into space, or if Neil Armstrong can get into a soda can and go into space, well, so wouldn't every little crumb of air we breathe would do the same thing?
Not necessarily. There's a lot of
No,
money
yes,
involved
necessarily,
in
because
getting to space.
there's no gas does not have any type of a bias and there's no directional bias to gas. Gas moves freely until it bounces off the wall of a container. There is no container. Gravity, what everyone says is gravity, does not affect gas. It does not affect clouds. It does not affect water vapor. It affects solids, right? Or so they claim.
I would argue it does affect gas, but I've yet to show you a decent
If it affected gas, you
experiment or
would put your carbon
observation
monoxide.
that shows
The
that.
thing is, no, listen. If gravity affected gas, you would put your carbon monoxide detector on the floor. You do not. If you were to open a can of propane and climb up on a ladder, you would never smell the propane, but you do. If you were to fart, you would never smell your own fart, but you do because gas moves freely in all directions. Gas has no bias. There is no bias that a gas picks to go towards. It's just a fact. If I was to open, I'm looking at my propane tank right now. If I was to move that inside my house and open it, it would fill every room. It's not. There's no bias. There's no directional bias with gas.
I really wish I could find somebody of my, at least understanding that wants to carry on this. I'm not in the mood tonight to try to argue with people. I just wanted to, make sure that things are clear and I understand them.
Bro, I wasn't trying
What's
to
your
argue with you
questions, mate?
at all. What's your questions?
No, I'm just like, it gets quiet, and I just wish that somebody would either speak up on either side so the conversation could continue. Besides myself.
You can continue it.
You just want to hear the debate, it sounds like.
Yeah, I know.
I think you're a fan of the debate. Have you checked out any of the
Oh yes,
debate?
I've checked out the other channels on the server, and I find this one to be the most honest.
No, flat Earth debates.
Oh,
Flat Earth debates.
Yeah, like What's It Gets It, somebody will get down in the nitty gritty with, the so-called quote unquote scientist. Have you heard What's It Gets It?
oh, I haven't heard of him. Thanks, Larry.
Yeah, you're welcome. If you go look on the Great Debate channel, I think is what it's called. He's had several debates. Some of them weren't so good because people like Aaron Raw would make excuses, but you can find other ones where he would talk to like PhDs, and those are really good, right? Because I've noticed, like, when you're talking to anti-flat earthers, like, they don't have, what ethics like the people that come out of the colleges. Like, I'm not a real big fan of colleges, but if one thing they produce pretty consistently is people that understand ethics. So when you're talking to someone who actually has a PhD, most of the time they're going to be like 9 times, 10 times more honest than your typical anti-flat earther who's just going to say anything and not worry about citing sources and all that kind of. And that's a
Yes.
that's a generalization fallacy. I'm aware.
You're right. There's a modern day debate as well. If you go onto modern day debate and look up, just type in, go on to their. I think have you got Spotify or anything like that?
My number one tool is usually YouTube, and occasionally I'll mess
Okay,
around
they're
with
on
another.
YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you go to modern day debate and then search Witsit, so WITSIT, Witsit, then his debates will come up against people, and there's a full list of them there as well.
And you have to understand, Witsit is outside of a lot of the paradigm that other people are in. So he's going to be talking about some things that you're going to have to look up the words.
Oh
Because a
yes.
lot of people
Yeah.
accuse him of word salads. And a word salad is where you say 50 words that don't really mean anything. Trust me, that is not what he's doing. If you look up the words that he's talking about and you have like a really good understanding of what he's saying, it's not word salad. He's making like valid points.
Yeah, technobabble without being technobabble.
Right, he's not babbling. It sounds like it because he's gotten a lot better at slowing down his speech. He's become a much better speaker over the past couple of years. Because I think that he's just wired so fast that he had to slow down his speech. But what he didn't do is he didn't dumb down his speech, which I really appreciate that.
Who are you talking
By the
about?
way,
Talk about
yeah,
what's
that reminds me of like Frank Turek. He talks at a million miles a sec too.
I usually listen to everything on YouTube at 1.5, so I can follow him at full speed.
Oh wow.
Witsit.
Who?
Yeah, I'm looking at him and.
Do you want to ask again for the third time, maybe? And Witsit.
What? I couldn't hear it. Larry tried to answer me, and is it like in a
Or
side
have
chat?
you got me muted, or?
I'll post a link. I actually posted him in here a bunch of times, just not. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, does that guy have me muted, or?
No, I don't. I don't speak Australian.
No.
Oh, that's funny.
So why don't you guys fall off the globe? Oh, that's because there isn't one.
Bro, you know,
My
hey,
up,
Australia,
my up
dude,
is your up. My down is your down. Exactly the same.
Yep.
Timbo, you know what
Yo.
as a kid, when I was like young, I used to watch mud crabbing videos in Australia
Oh
on
yeah, those
YouTube.
suckers they're huge.
Yeah,
Tasty too.
dude, I kind of want to. I think that's on my bucket list. I want to go down there, go into the fucking the
The
trees that
mangroves.
have the mangroves. We have those in Florida.
Yeah. You gotta watch out for crocodiles though.
Yeah, I mean we have yeah, fucking crocodiles are crazy. We got gators,
Well,
but that's
yeah.
different.
I think the ones up in the mangroves where they're mud crabbing and stuff like that, they can get up to about 5 meters. Crocs up there.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't have them down here. I'm down south. We don't have them.
Have you ever seen an alligator?
Yeah. I was born in Canada, so we used to holiday
Oh,
down. We used to drive down the coast on some holidays. We went down as far as like to see gators and snapping turtles and stuff like that. It was
in
pretty cool.
Florida?
Maybe not that far down. Like
Like
what's
Alabama, Georgia,
yeah,
or
Georgia.
Georgia?
Georgia. I think we got that far down. Yeah,
Yeah.
Georgia. Yeah, that's the Atlanta's the capital of Georgia, isn't it?
Yeah, Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah, yeah. Pretty sure it was Georgia. I was pretty young then, but I do remember those snapping turtles are fucking wicked.
Yeah, they are. Dude, have you ever seen the videos where they like dive in and just grab them? Like,
Yeah, yeah, I have.
what it
Yeah,
was, holy shit, dude. Like, I have a bunch of friends that go out and like, they're kind of redneck. They go and like wrestle turtles and stuff, but like, god damn, if that thing hits you like in the leg, you're missing a chunk of your leg.
yeah. I reckon. I remember hearing something about them being able to like bite off a hand. Like the jaw
Talking about
They
strength
can
on them
take,
is
talking
they
about
can
phenomenal.
definitely,
turtles.
dude, they can definitely take your
Yes,
fingers off. Easy, easy.
snapping turtles.
Oh yes.
Yeah, they're not to be trifled with.
Well, and
No.
we're talking
Adam
about
platypuses.
alligator snapping turtles. So that's a whole different like
You guys know
fucking
about the
league.
honey badger? Yeah.
Yeah, the honey badger. They can take venom bites and then fucking lie down for an hour and get
Flip
back
it
up.
off. Wow.
Yeah, yeah. And then they'll eat the snake that they just killed. Fuck 'em.
Honey
Huh.
badger don't give a what is it? I
Yeah,
love that
no,
video.
dude, I was literally thinking that. Like, I was so young, and that was like an internet meme, like early meme, or honey badger don't give no fucks or something like that. Like, I was probably like fucking, I don't know, 8 years old, or like,
Yeah, this is a good one.
Hey, Lizard Feet, do you believe you live on a globe?
yeah. I think I live on a globe, man.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What do you think convinced you that you live on a globe?
I mean, science class.
What, through experimentation or just through your
No, I
science
mean,
teacher
like you
saying, we
look
live
at.
on a globe?
Well, I mean, I'd say this. I'm saying like what made me convinced as a child. Okay, so like I think in science class, looking in textbooks, saying models of different planets in the solar system. It's like,
Yeah,
yeah, okay, like
like
the
a paper
gravity forms
mache
a
kind of thing,
spherical object because that's how mass works. You know,
Yeah. Do you think anyone's ever like witnessed mass turning things into spheres?
I have
Where?
like in a bubble.
Well, that's air.
Yeah, it's still the same. Like it's pressure. It's forming a circle because It's
So that's
pressure. It's the
opposite.
same.
That's opposite of what this is doing.
Okay,
That's
but it's the
pushing
force
out.
in 3 dimensions, and that's spherical.
But that's
So
pushing out, not in.
yeah, but in 3 dimensions, that's spherical. That's how things work.
So have you ever? Because that's not mass. But have you
No, I'm
ever
just
experienced? Yeah, go ahead.
no. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
You're all right, man.
Well, I was just saying, the bubble thing. Like, I mean, things in nature that so something expanding out from itself is going to make a sphere because in 3 dimensions, the way that forces can expand out is in 3 dimensions, and that's a sphere.
Yeah,
And
but I'm
then
talking about inward forces like gravity. Yeah.
yeah, so I mean, like look at the moon, look at Saturn, look at Jupiter, look at Mars, look at so on and so forth.
They just
Why
look
does
like circles.
they're
They don't look like.
spheres? What do you mean they're rotating? You can see every angle of them.
Can you?
Yes,
Where?
with the telescope.
What? The moon? Can you do that? Can you see that with the moon?
Am I wrong to say that you can see every angle or face of the moon?
Yes, you are wrong. Because
Is
it's
it
what
like
they
a
say is they say it's tidally locked, so we only ever see one face of the moon
but
anywhere in the world.
if I was to travel to an opposite region or like a pole of the
Yep,
Earth.
same face. Yeah, I see the same face as you guys, but I see it from a different direction, but still the same face.
I mean, okay, what is your what is
You can
your
you can,
what
you can look it
what
up if
is
you want.
no you're trying to say that it's not a sphere? What's your alternate hypothesis here,
No, I didn't say
brother?
it's not a sphere. I just said we only see one side of it, and all as we see is a circle. So
Okay, but I mean like why do you think do you I mean Earth's a fucking ball, brother.
how do you know that?
Because it's how every other planet is a ball.
We're talking about the Earth. We're not talking about the things in the sky.
Hold
Just
on,
the Earth.
wait. So you're saying that another planet could be spherical while
Could
the
be.
Earth is a plane?
Well, yeah, because now you're going into space, aren't you? You think that the Earth is a ball in space, yeah? So
No,
you're gonna now you're
wait.
gonna yeah.
Wait. Do you acknowledge that planets exist?
I know that I acknowledge that there are things in the sky that we call planets. Yes.
Okay, so they're round, right?
Yeah, they're round. Yeah. Well,
Like
they
a
look
ball,
round.
like a basketball kind of?
No,
Like
that
a
would be a sphere. No, I'm not saying they're a sphere. No.
Okay, so they're circular. They're a plane. They're a circular plane.
It looks circular, yes. No, I'm not saying they're a plane. I'm not saying either or, but well,
I don't
I'm just talking
care.
about
I
the.
don't care, dude.
But yes, that's why. Remember, I said, "How do you know the Earth is a sphere?"
It's a
You said
sphere.
because of
I
the
don't.
other planets.
You.
Okay, I know you're struggling with the question because you've never been
I'm
asked it
definitely not
before.
struggling. I'm just losing interest in like talking about the same
Well,
thing
you
for.
are. Okay, you can always
No,
just
it's
press
just
that
that
red
every
button.
other
You can
like
press the red
serious
button
human
and
being
hang
on the
up if you
planet that
want.
has any
But
kind of like room to talk and is given like some kind of voice of authority in like a space is like at least acknowledging that we can look at
Earth isn't in
space. We have
space.
satellites. We
Put it that
have
way.
I can
we.
no.
provide you a conception that might help you understand this a little bit better. Okay. It could be that the Earth is a plane and that all the other spheres are all operating within the Earth's system. I'm not saying this is the truth. I'm just giving you a concept. Does that make sense, kind of?
It's like what did they call it? Not heliocentric.
Geocentric, yes.
It was
Geocentric.
geo.
Exactly. I'm just trying to help you conceptualize it. So he's trying to say that the Earth could be the only thing that is like, how should I say? Like the lights are all operating
Habitable.
within the Earth system.
Okay. Is
I
there
didn't- I
any
Yeah,
didn't-
the
or
kind
Earth.
of
maybe
Earth,
Yeah. The Earth
there
is
any-
all of
in space.
reality. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
So
not
Earth
in
is
space.
No. It doesn't dissolve reality. We have very clear.
No one
You
said
can't just-
dissolve.
Well, it's stupid to just be like, oh, look. Imagine that the things that we look up at the sky at and like have studied for as long as fucking
No, we haven't
humans have
studied them, man.
existed.
No one's studied them.
Nobody
No one
studied
studied-
the stars. Nobody studied the stars or
No.
the planets or the solar
Listen for
system,
a sec.
right?
Listen for a sec. Listen for a
No,
sec.
no. That's
If I-
stupid.
No, listen for a second.
It's not stupid.
What if I
It
said?
is stupid.
What if
nobody,
I said to
nobody
you?
studied the solar
If I
system or the stars? Or anything.
Hello. Am I not coming through?
No,
You
we
are.
can
What
hear
if
you
I said
straight
to
up.
you? What if I said to you, Lizardfest, Earth isn't in space? What would you say then?
And that's I don't think.
man.
Yeah, I think that's fucking stupid, man.
At least he's funny. Maybe a little bit stoned, but still
You
funny.
guys mind
Thanks,
if I
John.
try?
Yeah.
You guys mind if I try?
Go for it,
Look-
Larry.
I don't want to just hijack.
Let's
but-
just carry on, okay? We don't gotta. We
All right,
don't
what-
have to tell me how funny I am. I don't. I am.
Lizard feet, can you hear me?
Or stoned.
Lizard, can we start over? I'm just going to ask you a question. Do me a favor. We're going to do
Tell
this
me-
thing
tell me.
called word association, right? So I'm going to ask you to close your eyes, and I'm going to say a word, and you tell me what you see in your mind's eye, right? You ready?
I'm
Earth.
gonna fully commit. Give me like three. Countdown from 3 before you
Okay.
do it.
Okay, I'm not trying to hypnotize you, but 3, 2, 1, Earth.
Ball. Because we're it's on my mind now.
Right,
It's on my mind.
right. So that's a model of the globe, right?
Yeah.
So you do know the difference between the model of Earth, which is what you
Was
see
that
in
the
your
only?
mind.
Was that the only word, or is this?
Yeah, that's the only word.
Okay, well, fuck you then. That wasn't a word association. That
Come
was.
on, man. Don't be like that or I'll chuck you out.
Yeah, wait, no, that was. I was joking. Are you serious?
Just relax, bro.
What do you mean, relax? I'm not. I was a joke.
Cool, man.
You cut me off, and you're like, "What do you mean, relax? I can cut you off whenever I want." So just relax, bro. So what I'm trying to do is illustrate the difference between a model that you pictured in your mind's eye and the dirt outside that the earthworms live in. Because that's what Earth really is, right?
Yeah, it's the
Okay.
dirt.
Right. Planet Dirt, right?
Yeah, it's
So-
the dirt, man.
You've been told that it's a planet. A planet is a wandering star. It's translated.
It's not a
from-
star. What do you mean a star?
Listen, bro, I'm trying to explain it to you.
Oh,
If you look up the word planet, the etymology, it's wanderer. That's
you
what
said
planet means.
star.
Right. Shooting stars aren't stars either, but you're not going to fight me over that definition, right?
Well, that's a common kind of
So is a wandering star.
folk kind of name to like a phenomenon that happens in the atmosphere that people are able to observe. That's not like we're talking about like on a broad scale the solar system and
Yeah, that's a
celestial
model.
bodies and shit and like how gravity works.
That's a theory. It's not even a scientific theory, but try to stay
The
focused.
theory of gravity.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
not a scientific theory, but moving on.
Yeah.
What we're talking about is that when you ask the other planets, you're assuming that the Earth is a planet. You've never seen the Earth wandering in the heavens, right? This is just the concept that you have in your mind that the Earth
You mean-
is a model in the solar system model.
No, equate what you're saying. You're saying that me viewing the planet or the Earth as a planet means that it has to wander in the heavens and
It doesn't.
What?
The Earth does not wander in the heavens. The Earth is not a wanderer.
Yeah. It's
Mercury and
emotions.
Venus,
none
Mars,
of
Jupiter,
this,
Saturn,
this is
Uranus,
so
Neptune.
stupid.
Yeah,
Oh
it
my
is stupid when you have to think outside of your programming that the government gave you and the public educational system.
You
That is
guys aren't
stupid.
actually all flat earthers.
No, some of us are globe
Yeah,
earthers.
yeah. So
Yeah.
Earth isn't one of those things you see in the sky, right? And those things in the sky aren't what you think they are.
So I can't look at Mars.
Yes, you can. You can probably go outside right now and see it. I don't know where it's at, but it's
No,
probably
I'm
up there.
using that as an example because I know that I can go see it.
Right, but the Earth is not a wandering star in the sky, so it can't be a planet by definition. They tell you that it is, but that's in the
No,
heliocentric
what definition
model.
says that it has to be a wandering body to be a planet?
At the etymology. You want me to pull it up for you and cite my
Yes,
source?
please read it.
Sure, no problem. Give me just a second. Wow, okay. Etymoline.com.
Just seeing if we agree
Right.
on this. The video I just put up, would you agree that that is a sphere with rings around it?
I can't tell you for sure. Looks like it what it is, but I can't tell you for sure. Okay, so I just posted it. Feel free to check it out. I'll read it real fast. Planet.
Yes, etymology, the origin of words.
Right. So planet, late Old English planete, and Old astronomy. Star, other than a fixed star, star revolving in an orbit. From Old French planete, and directly from Latin planete, whatever, Greek planetes, wandering stars. From planetae, a wanderer. So that's what planet means. Wandering stars. So the Earth is not something you see in the sky wandering. You've been told that. That's what it does. But you've never actually seen the Earth, the dirt outside, as a sphere floating in space. You've only seen it like that on TV, but you've also seen Bigfoot and Yeti and Sasquatch and Skunk Ape. You've seen
Hold on, not just on like I've seen broadcasted satellite footage of the Earth.
okay,
TV. On
yeah,
TV.
on TV. If I handed you $100 bill, right? How would you tell if it's a counterfeit? Because I might be a con artist. You would look at the original and get to know the original really well and compare my $100 bill to the one that you know is authentic, right?
You have added a new weird ass fucking dictionary to my vocabulary, and I'm gonna move on. I gotta go. It's too late.
All right, goodbye. TikTok brain. Bye.
See you, man.
He
Fucking
left,
hell.
right?
Yep.
Yeah,
I thought
go
so.
ahead, Guardian.
Oh,
Right,
I was just
so we're
to
going
say.
to talk about your video now.
Yeah, I'm cool. I was just asking if we both can agree that that is a sphere with rings around it.
What it looks like, isn't it?
It certainly does.
We can agree on that, sure.
Okay, let me grab
That's what
the
it
other
looks-
one
that's
that I
what it
wanted to put up too. Okay.
No, it just looks like a light to me. I don't know where the sphere comes from.
Looks spherical.
Oh, careful, I'm here, because if your standard is looks like, I'm going to hold you to it.
That's fine.
That's saying it looks means it's not necessarily. But
things aren't
it doesn't
always
matter.
as they
Well, one
appear.
of the possibilities is that it
love
could
when people
be
say looks
a
like.
sphere with rings around it.
But again,
Oh,
this sphere in the sky could just be within the Earth system, but not doesn't mean that the Earth is like that.
So that is a good example of a wanderer.
What did he post something in the chat? Did he?
Yeah, I did earlier.
Okay. Yeah.
I think it's Neptune that he posted.
Saturn.
Right.
Saturn, sorry.
Saturn, and I just put up Jupiter.
I notice a lot of people in the comments say that they feel scared when they see like a planet up in the sky. Like they say space is scary and so on. Why do you guys think that?
Why did they say
Trauma-based
that?
mind control.
It's like
Because
they have
when
this.
I used to get scared when I was like learn about the sun, like what they say about the sun and the nuclear furnace, and thinking about how big and powerful and all that stuff. I used to get
Like
like chills, like terrified when I learned about the sun.
Yeah, why do you
eventually, it's
think
going to
so?
swallow the Earth. That one as well.
Yeah,
Why do you
So
think that, Larry?
I think because trauma-based mind control is the best way to get someone to remember something. You ever hear someone say, "Yeah, in 1963, I remember exactly where I was when Kennedy was killed." Ask them about the day before or the
I
day
mean,
after. They're not
okay,
going to remember that.
what trauma comes from learning about the sun?
Dude, have you ever heard about how you die in a vacuum?
Yeah, you kind of just die.
Explode.
oh no! Go watch Event Horizon, please, and watch how somebody can die in the vacuum of space.
Yeah, but that's a movie. But
It's a good example of what would happen if you were to be exposed to the vacuum of space.
Yeah,
They
think
got
of
it
that's
the
down.
pressure.
They got it nailed down because they've actually on Earth have exposed people accidentally to the vacuum onto a vacuum, and it is very similar.
incidentally, they did it on purpose with one of the NASA guys before they went to the moon, and they got down to a lot more pressure than they were going to experience in space. And he said the saliva on his tongue started boiling. Now these were the suits that they were supposed to take to the moon.
Yep. But at any rate, the second
So,
one
okay,
up
hold on. When
is:
you say
would that be a sphere with other
Right.
smaller spheres in range of it?
Could be. You're never going to know.
Yeah. Anyway,
It's,
like what I was talking about before was like one of the comments here says, "Space is so frightening and beautiful all at once." So that's what I mean. Like a lot of people are scared of space and like outer space and stuff.
Because they think it's
Planets.
infinite. So you're just gonna go up there and then there's nothing, like it's
Yeah,
it's
that's interesting. Wow.
empty.
So like when you have this idea that up there is just nothing compared to when you think that everything is kind of contained down here, gives you a different kind of psychology, yeah?
Sure does.
Interesting. That's
I
very
really do
interesting.
think so. Kind of like if there's a cop watching at the stop sign, you're definitely going to stop. But you
Oh
might
yes.
act different if you think nobody's watching.
Yeah. Do you know that they
Yeah.
actually put empty police vehicles in Walmart parking lots to convince people not to steal?
I think that should be illegal for the cops to do that.
It's what they do, at least here in Florida. I've seen it several times as a guard.
I would think that would be illegal, but let's not get into that. That's conversation for a different day.
Yeah, I think someone else had some questions, didn't they? Who was that?
I was gonna ask, like, when you said that, I think it was Larry who said they got trauma from learning about the sun.
Yeah, it's pretty traumatizing. Like,
I
look
I
into
can't
it-
relate to that, to be honest.
Okay, well, for me, learning about the standard model of the sun was really terrifying because I'm imagining like what that much energy and power could do. Like if it were just to glitch out and corona mass ejection and not only wipe out all of our technology, but a strong enough one could stop our hearts. You know what an EMP is, right?
Yeah.
Right. So just thinking that there's this thing in the sky that's like 109 times the diameter of Earth, and it's just a giant nuclear furnace. You know what a nuclear bomb is, right?
No, I got no idea what that is.
Well, some people don't believe it. That's why I was kind of asking that question. But
Are you being sarcastic?
Yes.
Or are you
Yeah.
being sarcastic?
So yeah, when I learned about the sun, I was a child, and it literally gave me chills. Like I was terrified.
That's interesting. Yeah, many of the comments are like goosebumps. I got goosebumps when I see it.
Well, it's kind of the same like what they're trying to do with global warming, yeah? Eventually everyone's going to die unless you stop driving cars.
Fear mongering. Yeah.
I
I'm
would
definitely
say
not
Yeah.
for the fear mongering crazy global warming crap that's always put out there. I'm not for that. We should be focused on solving problems, not necessarily scaring everybody into, you must give us all your money or else.
Did you have a follow up
Yeah,
to that?
you driving your car, you are the one that's polluting the world. But India and China are making all of our things. So let's let them do it. But you've got to stop driving your car because you are responsible for global warming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and certainly, I forget the actor's name, but he was Leonardo DiCaprio. Certainly his jet doesn't, affect the atmosphere at all.
It was so funny in that movie where he was like working with the United Nations. He went to the North Pole during the summer and was like, "Look, the polar bear, the poor polar bear, the ice is melting." Like, hello, it's summertime. The
Summer.
ice always melts during the summertime. Because remember, the sun doesn't set in the Arctic Circle during the summertime. No, but when I was a kid, like Antarctica was like a continent, like it was on the map. Like I dare you to go look at Antarctica on Google Earth, and then go back and look at the maps from like the 80s.
That's a good challenge, by the way. I haven't done that
The
before.
Arctic. Antarctica, the Arctic, the North. Right, Larry?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I may have said it wrong. Thank you for correcting me. The Arctic.
Yeah, I always remember when I was a kid that the North Pole was on land. Now it's in the sea.
Yeah, like where is
Well,
Santa
Santa
Claus
lives there.
when the summertime? Right, yeah, that's what I was saying. Where does Santa Claus live at the North Pole if it's nothing but fucking water according to Google Earth?
Yeah, that's great. According to at least Google, it's a cylinder, not a sphere. I'm just stating facts, man. Just if you were to go by what they say, it is a cylinder, not a sphere.
You know, I really want to go to like all the schools and the kindergarten class. Not really, but it's a joke. But you know, just telling them like straight up, like, look, kids, this is Google Earth. Where does Santa Claus live? Oh my God, he's drowning. You know, just
Yeah,
not really. I don't want to traumatize children, but it's funny to me to think about.
I just say he lives in Greenland, the northern parts. If I was to talk to kids that actually still believe in Santa. Watching or binging Vikings with a roommate of mine. Man, that is. I mean, they are pretty damn gruesome with a series.
What season are you up to?
I believe season 2.
Oh, well, you got way more to go. Oof.
Yeah. We just barely started it.
You watch Vikings?
Season.
What?
Season 2, they go to England or are they going to France then?
Right now, they're going to England on and off to. Right now, they're trying to take
Some
fight
farms and
back
stuff?
against them from a second battle that they lost.
Okay, yeah.
I'd be careful with it about, you know, that show.
Oh yeah,
Because,
I know it's complete fiction, man. I just like it though.
because you know, it's like people have this concept of like Vikings is like everybody was a Viking, but Viking is like a job title, so it's kind of like being a pirate. You know,
Yeah.
the smash and grab campaign. The reason that they're so interesting is because, like the Phoenicians, Their boats were seaworthy and small enough to sail up the river, and small enough to like carry across land masses. So they were literally like smash and grab, shock and awe, like crazy because you never saw it coming, and then they were gone so fast.
Well, that's
So
definitely
it
what
was
happened. Like in season 1, when they raided the abbey and then took away the monk, who's now actually back with the England people.
So
And
in a lot of ways, they were kind of like the Apache, guerrilla warfare, but by the sea. So once they came and they're gone, like how are you ever going to catch them? You don't know
Yep.
which way they went. You can't track them in the ocean. So just absolute terror of their age.
yeah, they were more pirates, and that is somewhat what they're showing. I didn't know. Is there any proof for at least the thing that they show where they actually sacrifice people and that type of thing?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, be careful hanging out with like modern day. They might sacrifice your ass because some people still practice that religion. But these people were extremely unique because they would get like really messed up on Anita muscaria mushrooms, and they called them berserkers, right? These berserkers were known to be unstoppable, and one guy took a bridge and he was wiping out everybody until they got under the bridge and they stabbed him in the groin with a spear or axe or something. And that's the only thing that stopped him. Because they could not hold him. They could not, no matter how many men you threw on that bridge, he would just annihilate them all. And they had to get under the bridge and poke him in the groin. Yeah, I've done a little research on these people. Some of them were quite tame, farmers and, but some of them were just, whew, like way up there. But yeah,
Yep.
be careful with the show because anytime it's something Hollywood like it, it's not probably real historically accurate.
No.
Yeah, it's really interesting how many people come in here and they can't like hold down the conversation. I think their emotions are like getting the best of them. Like, wait a minute, he's challenging my worldview.
Hey,
Like, I got to get out of here.
I was in that category when I first came in here. I have calmed down and simmered down.
You've matured. I'll give you that.
By the way, I'm trying to do a bit of an experiment and see if I can actually stream. So I might have to mute myself.
Go for it. Oh no. How would you teach someone about the sun to avoid a traumatic experience? I don't know that you can. Because if you understand it and it doesn't scare you, like, to me, like 120 volts is scary. Like 30 watts is scary. You know what I mean? So when you think about the sun, and it doesn't matter what model, like, that son of a bitch is powerful. I also got shocked about 2 years old, electrocuted when I was about 2 years old, so that was traumatizing. So thinking about like how much energy in the sun, that might be tied to it. I think I was about two or three. Let's see, we lived in the apartments in Dallas. Maybe about 2. Got electrocuted. Remember my hand being black. So I actually got really good and like it was burnt. My hand was burnt. That should hurt. Wonder if that can cause brain damage.
Hello, is anyone here?
Yep, go ahead.
Oh, excuse me. I saw your audio bleed on my end for a second.
Sorry about the bleeding.
Oh no, it's me. It's my fault. You okay? Don't worry about it.
Where you from, bro?
I'm South African.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Hope
You know,
you
this
guys
is
find
actually
peace.
yeah. This is actually great timing. Because whenever me and my bud hops in here, there's always a discussion ensuing. So he doesn't really get the chance to ask any questions that he might have. Yeah.
Now's a great
So
time. I love questions.
yeah, okay, excellent. Puss in Boots, do you have any questions that you want to ask? Could you unmute Pete, please? This is literally the perfect time to ask them.
Yeah, how come the further you get from the center of the Earth, distances get smaller?
The further you get from the center, distances to what get smaller?
Things to each other on the map.
I don't understand. Oh, you're talking about a map. Okay. What do you, When you say the center of the Earth, do you mean the core or the North Pole or what?
The center of the Earth is in the flat Earth map. Is the North Pole.
Okay, you're talking about the azimuthal equidistant projection of the globe. So that is a flattened out globe. That is not the actual terrain. So you ever heard the words, the map is not the terrain?
No.
Okay, well, when someone makes a map, it's like an artist rendition of the Earth. It's not the actual Earth. So, number one, I don't understand your question. Maybe you could rephrase it. But you're basically asking me to answer a question based on a map, which I do not see as reality. Unless someone else wants to tell me what he means by things get smaller.
Distances get smaller.
Distances to what?
Things to each other.
I don't know if that's true. A
Like,
mile is a
let's say,
mile, you know?
yeah, a mile doesn't get smaller, but let's say the distance from South Africa to South America gets smaller.
No, it's the same in reality. Like the flight time will be the same. The map is not reality, though.
What is reality?
Reality is what you can sense with your senses.
Except if you're schizophrenic, right?
What? Can you ask that again?
Except if you're schizophrenic, right?
Yeah, schizophrenic people have lost touch with reality, and the psychosis is the belief they have about things that are not real. So, other than schizophrenics, right, reality is that which you can verify with your senses.
Except even if you're not schizophrenic, your senses still deceive you because of, let's say, atmospheric diffraction.
So, atmospheric diffraction is like when you shine a laser light right in front of your hand, like 2 feet away, and the laser light that's hitting your hand, it's really small, like the size of a number 2 pencil eraser. But if you shine it like 100 yards away, it, diverges out from the center, and it's like the size of a basketball or a football, right? That's atmospheric diffraction. So yeah, what you're looking at isn't exactly what you see, but if you see a laser light, then you know it's real. It's a laser light, depending on if it's, smaller than a penny or bigger than a football. It's still reality, right?
Yeah, I was talking about refraction, atmospheric refraction.
Oh, refraction. I thought you said diffraction. I apologize. I'm not real familiar with the South African accent, so I apologize.
I'm not South African.
Oh,
I think
okay.
he's Norwegian, no?
No,
Where are you from?
Swedish?
I'm from Moldova.
Okay, I'm definitely not familiar with that accent, but you'll have to forgive me,
What?
okay?
Sound Norwegian as hell.
So he's from Eastern Europe, right?
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. You have to forgive my American ignorance. So, refraction. So, when you say refraction, I think about Snell's law and how you have like a spear fisherman. He's looking at the fish and it's not where it appears to be. So I agree with you. Our senses can be fooled, but if I were to say to you that I have 10 toes, how can I prove it? Well, I would have to present my toes to you. So I give you a rubber glove and I say, don't just look. You have to verify with 2 or more senses And then you know that it's reality that I have 10 toes because not only did you see them, it could have been a high-tech prosthetic, but you also felt them with your hand. You felt the heat from the blood, you feel the tendons, the bones, and you know that I have 10 toes. That's why I use 2 or more senses to verify reality. But yeah, the old dude posted something really interesting. This is a demonstration of what you call atmospheric refraction. In the side chat, can you see it? It's a time lapse. Can you see it, Puss? And Boots,
Yeah.
you can see it? Okay. So what you're looking at there is buildings on the other side of a bay, and it's a time lapse. So that little shot may be an hour and a half, 2 hours. I don't know exactly how long it is, but this thing that you're calling refraction is what I call atmospheric turbulence. So you can see on the left there's a white building, and then to the left of that white building, about 1/4 from the left, is a really small white building or something that disappears. Right. So when you look at that, it's real. It's actually there. But when it disappears, it's being obstructed from the bottom up and it disappears. Can you see it disappearing?
Yeah.
So atmospheric refraction causes things to disappear from the bottom up in this GIF. Would you agree?
Jesus is Lord. Jesus is the way. Repent from sin. Amen. Leviticus 3:6 to go fuck yourself.
You done? Is that all the free speech you got? You didn't think you'd make it this far, did you, clown?
Sorry, what? We talking about the earth?
He's just going from room to room, trolling.
Hey, man, we'll talk about that shit. Why is it flat?
Well, I guess you're going to listen and find out. I bet you can't do that, though, can you? All right. So, my friend Puss in Boots, would you agree that that white object to the left of the white building is disappearing from the bottom up due to what you're calling refraction?
I don't know if it's refraction, but I know that refraction is when light bends in the atmosphere.
Right, but you don't think the Earth is like getting smaller and getting bigger, and that's what's causing the horizon to make things disappear. That's not happening, right? In this GIF.
No.
Okay, so what is happening is what you would call atmospheric refraction, right?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, the light's obviously bending because things are disappearing. The whole, I think it's a cove on the other side. I'm not from the ocean, so I don't live near the ocean, so I don't know what to call it. Bay. That whole landmass almost disappears, like the whole thing almost, right? From the bottom up.
I don't even know if those pictures are real.
Yeah, I know that. It's a time lapse, so technically it's not real. But it's a Skunk Bay time lapse. You can look it up on YouTube. There's many of them. But this is just a capture from this time lapse. This is a well-known thing. I think we used to look at this back in like 2016. But anyway, it's causing things to disappear from the bottom up. Obviously. I mean, even the big white building to the left completely disappears at one point. So what you're seeing here is a whole lot of stooping and sinking and all sorts of effects happening because of this time lapse. Because normally we don't see the world like this. Like normally, we see the world at, a constant speed. It doesn't speed up or slow down. And normally we just see like, oh, that's what it looks like right now. So this is kind of like an altered perspective of reality. But what it's showing here is that when this thing called atmospheric refraction happens, it causes things to disappear that you would normally be able to see. And if you actually go back to the original video, if you start off at like 6 o'clock in the morning when the video starts, you can see crystal clear to the other side of the bay. And as the day progresses, the sun comes out and begins to perturb the atmosphere and causes all this refraction to happen. So during the heat of the day, like between noon and 2 or 3 o'clock, like this is when all this stuff is happening. And then as it gets closer to the evening, 5, 6 o'clock, like again, it becomes clear and you can see across the bay. I wish I had the original. I bet I have it somewhere. The original video.
What do you mean? The Earth is breathing, man.
Something like that.
Right, Globers?
Time lapse.
It's breathing. Right, Mackie? The Earth is breathing. It's expanding and contracting.
Must suck to be a globe earther, watching those things disappear from the bottom up.
Yeah.
Where's your edge, guys? Where's the
It
edge?
fits right. It fits right within our model. We're good with it.
So refraction makes things disappear from the bottom up. I thought it was.
I don't think.
it was the
I don't
curve
think
of
that's
Earth
what's
that does it.
happening. But
Oh, can you please explain to me what's happening in that GIF?
no, I can't.
So you can't explain what's happening, but you can explain what's not happening. Okay.
Yeah. Most likely, refraction was happening in the morning.
Can you tell us how you know that?
No, I don't. I said it's most likely. Because where I start from, there has to be an explanation for it because the Earth's a globe.
Ha 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 ha!
Okay.
Ah, you hear that?
Yeah.
Right away. That was fucked up.
No, I have never pretended like I don't
Crazy.
begin with the fact that I know that for absolute 100% certain fact the Earth's a globe.
How do you know that?
Damn, this guy's crazy.
How do I know that? The sun moving over our heads, 15 degrees per hour, for everybody observing it. It just, if you understand the math, if you understand, it can't be anything else. It just can't. And
You
so,
don't understand math. I don't know why you even try.
well,
You don't know what math is if it hits you in the fucking head, bro.
doesn't matter. 15 degrees per hour for everybody observing it
Exactly. It matters.
at all
Mackie.
times.
Mackie, it matters.
Hey, Vlad, do you know how to tell if there's a
So-
crack in the basketball court? I just look at the basketball.
Right? Ha!
Well, I mean, it's not, I can't help if you guys don't understand it. That's not my problem. You ask me how
Mackie,
I know.
I can't
the Earth's
help.
a globe,
I can't
that's how
help
I
it. You
know.
don't understand anything, Mackie. I can't help it.
Well, but that's
Can't
how I
help
know.
it. It's not my fault. I can't help it.
And I
Always
bet my
right,
life on it and the lives of everybody I know and every penny I own.
Always with the
That's the
thinly
globe.
veiled personal attacks. I can't help it if you don't understand, implying that we're not capable of understanding the model. Therefore, we're wrong because we can't comprehend it. Why do you
Well,
always
do you
go to personal
understand what
attacks? No, I'm asking you a question.
you understand?
Why do you always go to the personal attacks like you can somehow divine our level of understanding?
Well, the reason I go with that explanation of you don't understand it because I understand it and it's irrefutable.
So you believe
So I have to go to the fact that the person I'm talking to doesn't understand it because if you did, you go, oh, yeah, you're right.
So it's okay
Bullshit.
to insult someone who doesn't understand something, Scott.
No, it's easy. It's like saying if I'm going to say 2 + 2 = 4, and you say I don't believe you, or I don't understand why that makes it true, but it's 4.
Yeah, but why the insult, bro?
It's simple as that.
Why the veiled insult on every comment just about?
Or I can give you a proof of Pythagorean theorem, right? I can do the thing where we inscribe the one rectangle inside another rectangle, and we can prove when we subtract the areas of the two rectangles that a squared plus b squared equals c squared. I can show you that. But if I show you that and you still don't understand it, what do I conclude? That I'm wrong, or that you don't understand it? I
So
think
the
the only
drop
thing I can
over
conclude is that you
distance.
don't understand it.
I don't think you understand drop over distance, bro.
I understand 15 degrees per hour. That's all I
You don't
need.
understand drop. No. You don't understand drop. No, you're looking up in the sky like a moron. No. Doesn't tell you anything what the ground is standing on. You're fucking retarded.
It tells me it's a globe.
No, it doesn't.
Well,
What does the
if you don't
sun tell
understand,
Scott Mackey about the Earth? When Scott Mackey looks at the sun tells him, it whispers in his ear, right? Like God Almighty. It whispers to him that the Earth is a globe.
Scott
do you
is
think you
crazy.
can do you think you can explain why I say 15 degrees per hour
I don't
proves the
care
globe?
to. Where's the
I
drop
know.
over distance
I don't think you
of the
could.
Earth we're talking about? Not some shit in the sky that you assume some shit about.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you
Does
know.
anybody
You
here think they
stupid.
could? Even if they
Stupid.
end up rejecting it, can you just explain it?
Nobody wants
I
to.
could explain it. I could explain it perfectly well.
Matthew, fuck off.
Not you, Matthew. Not you. He wants us to explain why he's
I know.
making
I was
the
just
assumption that because the sun travels in a circuit 15 degrees per hour over the Earth, that somehow means that all motion is not relative. Actually, it's the Earth spinning because it's a ball, because it has to be.
Yeah, you don't understand it, obviously, from what you just said.
Ha!
I think I explained it pretty good, didn't I, Matthew?
Yes, you did.
Not even close.
Not
All
Right, it
right,
doesn't have
Matthew,
to.
do you think you explained it pretty well?
The rotation has no bearing on the shape of the Earth. It could the Earth if the Earth were a cube rotating in space, you'd still see the same thing.
Got him. Friendly fire, Scott Mackey.
Oh
No, he would
no.
agree with me.
No, he won't. He's saying that it has to be a globe because of that.
It has to be rotating.
No, a cube would work too.
Okay, so the sun proves that the Earth's a cube then. It's not mutually exclusive, Mackie.
Not flat.
Mackie is wacky.
No, we know there's a cube because we've traveled every bit of it and there's no edge.
Oh. Oh, please. Oh. Can you more story weaving, please? Oh my god.
No, he's saying there's no story. There's no story.
Yeah.
If you
Okay,
think
can
there
you
is an
tell
edge,
us
show
that
us.
everything was fucking discovered and everybody was everywhere? You fucking crazy. You make these crazy claims, Mackie. You're retarded.
But anyways, Larry, that's why I don't need to explain your skunk bay thing, because I know there's an explanation for it, and I know it's not the Earth is flat.
Okay, I don't think you understand. The Skunk Bay footage is showing what atmospheric refraction does in reality. Because you guys claim that it allows you to see past the horizon. Now, there's a ton of atmospheric refraction happening at 30 seconds in this clip that I posted. You can go back to 20 seconds and just watch the wobbling, the sheer blah, 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 that this is, happening. And the horizon is actually behind it. It's not showing you more land, that mountain or whatever that is, island in the background. It's making it disappear from the bottom up, which is exactly the opposite of what you guys claim is happening when you see atmospheric refraction.
Well, all I tell you.
What do you mean, nope? You can see, it looks like it's
I
flooding
said,
over there.
well. No, I said, well, don't know tell you.
Okay, everybody just watch it for yourself during the day when it starts out, like I said.
Mm-hmm.
You can clearly see on the other side. But as the day progresses and it starts getting closer to like 10 seconds, then you can see everything starting to wobble a little bit. By the time it's at like 30 seconds, it looks like it's flooding over there and people are dying, but that's
Yeah.
not what's actually happening. What's
But if you want
actually
to imply
hold
that
on,
that
bro, I'm talking. Shush.
sorry, I thought you were done.
No,
Sorry.
I'm still talking. I apologize. Okay, so what's actually happening is the light is not traveling in the same path anymore, and it's making it look like the island or the bay over there is disappearing from the bottom up. And you can even watch the actual horizon in the background. It's making it look like that island or mountain or whatever's back there. I've never been to Skunk Bay. I think it's in Canada. Makes it look like it's also disappearing from the bottom up. Now, the claim is, by the Globers, the atmospheric refraction causes the light to bend down around the curve once the light passes the horizon, and it allows you to see further. But this is a demonstration that's the opposite of what's happening. Thanks.
So what are you implying that it proves?
The opposite of what you guys are saying.
So you're saying this explains every boat I've seen go over the horizon? I've seen a couple dozen at least.
Yeah, you're not saying it's a geometric horizon, are you?
Are you saying that this explains every time I've seen a boat go over the horizon?
Well, I can't validate what happened every time you saw a boat go over the horizon, so I can't answer that question. You're talking about things
'Cause
that
it
I
look-
didn't see.
Okay, sorry.
Now, we can talk about this video because I posted it and everybody can watch it, but you're asking me to talk about the 20 times you saw a boat sail off into the distance? How can I comment on something like that, Scott?
Huh?
Why would you even
You-
think that I could?
Yeah, no, I wasn't thinking again, but I was wondering if that's what you thought you were explaining with this video.
What we're talking about is the phenomenon known as atmospheric refraction and what it's actually doing. And at 20 to 30 seconds, you can see that it's making that bay on the other side appear to be disappearing from the bottom up. Especially at like 17 seconds, 18 seconds.
So how did you determine when the maximum refraction was happening?
Maximum refraction.
I guess when the sun is perturbing the atmosphere the most.
Why would that be
got-
the case?
Okay, it's got temperature, time. Okay, I didn't see all that till just now. Let me have a look.
Because I was under the impression that the maximum refraction happens. Yeah, I guess when it's hottest, right? Because there'd be a difference. But I don't know.
Oh, Mackie.
There's no I already said I don't understand what's going on in this video.
Yeah, you can
I
see
have no
in
idea.
21 seconds there's a lot of refraction happening. The temperature goes from 54 to 62. And once the temperature gets up to 62, you can see that that bay is disappearing from the bottom up. Which, like I said earlier, 24 seconds, that's noon. 23, 24, somewhere in there. That's when the sun is going to be perturbing the atmosphere at its most, and that's when we can see the most amount of refraction. Does that answer your question, Scott Mackey?
Scott Wacky.
Well, I'm watching a video. I'm watching the video just to see what you're talking about. Wow, there's some mirroring shit and everything going on in this one, huh?
Yeah, when
What's
the
the
temperature
city
gets
behind? What's the city behind the?
Skunk Bay, that's all I know, bro.
No, but there's a city behind the little outcropping.
And think, this is Canada, right? So this isn't like Louisiana. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is cold country. Like, if you look at what's going on, it's like Louisiana temperatures where it gets up to like 115 degrees compared to this, like, the temperature goes from 54 to like 65, I think. 63, 64, 65, and then it starts coming back down. So this is like, roughly 10 degrees temperature change throughout the day. Dude, in Texas and Louisiana, it's way more. Way more.
So how do we know this isn't the tides?
Well, because the mirroring, Scott.
Well, but how high?
Dude, just look at the horizon in the background. Like, put your mouse where the horizon is.
Yeah, it's
Behind
bouncing
the
up and
skunk
down.
bay. Yeah. So you think the tides are causing the horizon to fluctuate that much? What, 10, 20, whatever miles away? The
How high is
horizon
the
is?
camera?
I don't know.
No. I mean, like I say, I'm searching for explanations because I don't know what the answer is. But
Traction
I'd
causing
be
things to
curious.
disappear from the bottom up?
No, it's one possible explanation.
That's what we're observing. It's not an explanation. It's literally like just find a spot on the bay, put your mouse under it, and keep your eye on it. It's rising and stretching, so that's looming, okay? And then there's some mirroring happening, and then it disappears. Yeah, it's like once it gets to like 18 to 22 seconds, all kinds of weird stuff starts happening.
Well, this is over the course of a day. You're going to get you're going to get one tide, right?
Yeah, but do you think
This
they're
is over the
drowning
course
over
of a
there?
whole day, right?
Do you
Huh?
think they're drowning in these buildings over there? You think there's flooding happening?
No.
Why the fuck would you say tides? How
Well,
stupid are you?
depending on how high the camera is. I mean,
That just shows how
you get a
fucking the
6.
lack of understanding here. That just shows your lack of understanding, or it just shows that you're fucking trying to like weasel your way out of what you see. It's fucking
I have no
crazy.
need to weasel anything. Even if I
Mental
can't come up,
gymnastics.
even if I
Crazy.
can't come up with an explanation for this, there's the globe. Regardless if I explain this or not.
It doesn't matter. It's a globe. Look at him.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. You guys heard it from Matthew.
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh at you.
Nothing
all
matters.
good,
It's the
Matthew.
globe.
All right, I'm gonna share my screen. Let's see. There it goes. All right, screens, applications. Okay, I'm gonna turn my game off.
Yeah, at the 39 mark, you can see it. Is that a city or a cliff behind the outcropping? It was like Vancouver?
Mackie, it doesn't matter. It's still a globe. Remember that. Why are you
I
looking
know.
at it? When the fuck are you looking at it?
Because I'll look at everything.
Bullshit. No, you don't.
I'm very interested to see how this world works and to see these strange phenomenon. And I'm sure there's a good
No.
explanation for it. I just don't know it.
But when you keep saying, "Oh no, it's a globe," no, it's a globe, you'll never find out anything.
15 degrees per hour.
Bullshit.
Explanation.
Doesn't do shit.
No,
Doesn't
not for
say
you. For
shit.
me, it does. For me, it does everything.
Yeah, but the reality doesn't do anything for you. Your La La Land does. Again,
Yeah,
you're
because you guys can find one or two funny
Agent
videos.
Smith here.
Because you guys can find one or two strange videos that have massive refraction. You think it proves something. You don't realize this is
okay
the
then.
exception to the rule.
My
Bro,
guy,
just
see this shit on the daily.
Just demonstrate the opposite. Give us a video of the day starting out where things are obstructed, and then you can see further when there's more refraction. Show us seeing around the curve like you guys are claiming. By the way, I'm live streaming that video. So we're going to point it right here. All right, here it goes. There's some looming, and building disappeared right there from the bottom up. Paused it perfectly. That building is completely missing. So either these people are drowning right now, and this is the Skunk Bay tragedy of 2012, or this is a shitload of refraction happening. All right, so I'm going to unpause it, take note where that building is not, and it's back.
What the fuck is this?
There it is. It gets so squashed, right? It's just like the Rayleigh criterion video that I posted from Brigham Young University. Like you can obviously tell that that's not resolvable at the point to where the most amount of refraction's happening. I'll play it again. Wish I could zoom in. We're at that building right there. Right, here goes the looming. And wait. Oh shit. Yep, it's gone. Completely disappeared. Gotta be the curve, right, Scott Mackey?
I have no idea.
Gotta be the curvature.
You know, Rupert Cal just posted a video. You think you can explain that one with refraction?
Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got.
I mean, it's a little GIF, but it's got
Yeah,
the
same thing. Refraction's causing things to disappear from the bottom up.
really that entire ship, huh? Wow.
Yeah.
And you don't see any difference between these two pictures.
It's exactly the same thing. It's disappearing from the bottom up.
Hmm. Okay.
Except for mine is a much longer video. And it's a time lapse.
And it's better. These Glovers, they have nothing. All these fucking stupid, shitty fucking pictures all the time.
And look at the actual horizon in the background. Like, it's doing some weird shit. But it's not, sinking down towards the center of the image or towards the bottom of the image to where we can see further behind it. That's not happening at all. Because I'll put my mouse there at the beginning of the video. Oh, I gotta keep my mouse in motion. All right, so we're approaching 20 seconds. Right now, here we go.
Well, it still comes back to one
Now it's
simple question.
rising. Now it's rising.
It all comes back to one simple question. Do you think this explains all boats going over the horizon?
No, bro. We're talking about refraction.
I know, but do you think refraction explains all boats going over the horizon?
No, there's the Rayleigh criterion too.
Okay, so you think refraction in combination with this thing you think is the Rayleigh criterion explains all boats going over the horizon?
Well, there's many different things that happen, right, in the atmosphere.
Okay, list them all.
I can't.
No,
because
okay.
I'm not capable of listing all the things that happen. But for the most part, when you watch this video, you can see that the horizon is in the background, but things are disappearing from the bottom up in the foreground. So this is your guys' atmospheric refraction that you're always talking about in reality.
Okay, but you're not going to put yourself out there and say what explains all boats going over the horizon.
Why would I do that? Why would I make that
I
claim?
don't know.
First of all, I don't live near the ocean. I've only been to the ocean like not even a whole week my entire life.
For
I spent
real?
at the ocean.
Well, that's sad.
Yeah, bro. I live. Dude, do you know where I live? I live in East Texas. Bro,
Oh,
anyway.
man.
Sorry. Anyway, my point is that I can't make claims about every boat that's ever disappeared over the horizon.
Okay.
But I can make claims about what I'm seeing right here because I'm looking at it.
So what about the picture that Rupert Cow just posted right now of the sun backlighting what's clearly buildings? Yeah, that's buildings. Maybe Chicago or something? Is that refraction too?
Give me a second.
All right. Because I think if we're honest inquisitors, we have to explain every picture, right? Even, okay, if we say, I don't know. But, so you got one, I don't know what's happening.
The irony is crazy,
Well,
bro.
I can probably find thousands of pictures that you guys can't explain. You got one I can't. Okay.
Bro, what do you
One.
mean you can't explain it? It's obviously atmospheric refraction.
It's not obvious to me.
What? What was the miraging? Not the mirroring? Not like a key?
Yeah, I don't quite understand mirroring. I haven't looked at refraction enough. It's clearly there, right? I see the mirroring.
But you can explain everything though, yeah.
No, I can't explain this. I said this already. And I never said I can explain everything.
That's 1 point for flat and against the globe.
Yeah, sure. And now you guys just have to explain 15 degrees per hour for every observer.
Haven't measured that yet.
By the way, in your
if you wanted to, and this is just your
But
way
you
of
haven't
not
measured that
accepting.
yet, Scott.
You know, but why wouldn't you want to?
Because it's not my
Are you
claim.
not curious? But are you not curious where you live?
I know where I live.
If it were true, would you not want to know?
It just
It's
tells
not.
you that the
Fuck
sun moves
you.
across the sky in 15 degrees per hour, but that hasn't been measured yet, has it?
Isn't
You
that
don't
where
want
we
to know.
do hours?
You don't want to know, do you? Interesting.
What's that?
It's
Well, what
sounding
if
like you don't
because
want
you're
to
supposed
know.
to be on the top of the globe, yeah? Yep. So if it goes 15 degrees per hour from your angle, right? So how does it get around the rest of the ball? Because you're on top of it. So that's not 180 degrees. You're not seeing 180 degrees of the ball, are you? Geometrically, think about it. Your view is not 180 degrees off the ball. You're on top of it. If you're measuring 15 degrees per hour exactly, then you're not on a ball.
My internet's been acting weird. Please continue.
Hey, by the way, do I sound okay?
Yeah, you sound like you're playing a video game that I can't readily identify.
Oh, it's No Man's Sky.
Okay, please continue.
Yeah, it's a trash game. Oh.
Scott, do you disagree with what I'm saying?
That it's a trash game? No, I don't think it's a trash game.
I said something to Scott. And
Oh,
he
okay.
seems to
Sorry.
have gone silent.
No, he's muted. Somebody muted him.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Happens
On
all
me.
the time.
Hey, I'm back. What
You
was the
mute
question,
yourself?
Timbo? No, it wasn't me.
There you go.
Somebody just had enough of his shit, you know. I don't
Did
blame
you
him.
hear what I said, or?
You said something about exactly 15 degrees per hour, and if it
Yeah,
were
so
on a
if
ball, it
you're
wouldn't
on a
be
ball,
exactly.
right?
It's not
Yeah, if you're on
exactly.
a ball, yeah. So if you're on a ball, you're on top of the ball, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So if you're measuring 108, if you're measuring 15 degrees per hour, and you're equating that from one horizon to the other as 180 degrees, that's incorrect because you're on top of the ball, so you're not the center of the ball.
That's
So
correct. You
how
are
is it
right.
getting around the other side of the ball faster and then slowing down when it gets to your side of the ball?
Wait, what? How's it
Do you
getting?
agree with that? Yeah, because
No.
it's 180 degrees to your view, right? But it's not 180 degrees of the ball because you're on top of it.
Yeah, but it's far enough
You are
away,
not
so
the
it's
center of the
close
ball.
enough.
You're not the center of the ball.
I understand. Yes, I agree. And
Yes,
and if the
thank you.
sun were close, and if the sun were
So
closer,
if
that
you're
would be more of
measuring
a
15
problem.
degrees per hour, if you're measuring 15 degrees per hour, then you're not living at a ball.
It's the ball is very small in relation to how far away the sun is, and those
No,
that
because we're
very
measuring
you're right.
degrees.
You're right. You're
Yeah.
right. You're right. The degree, the size of the ball would offset that degree slightly. Yes, this is true, but it's several decimal points beyond, or several digits beyond the decimal point.
How do you work that
I mean,
out?
we can do the math. We can, yeah. But you're right. You're right. If we're on top of the ball, it's not exactly 15 degrees. Yes.
You shouldn't be measuring 15 degrees per hour. Correct?
No, it's really close. It's well within anything that we can measure.
Actually, not that close when you think about it. Because you're
I
on
have
top
thought
of the
about
ball,
it.
so you're gonna have to. I don't know. I'm driving. I'm not gonna work it out right now, and you know my maths
Yeah.
is not that great. All right. So you're on top of the
Mhm.
ball. So on top of that ball, you draw a straight line. Yeah.
Yes.
Straight line, and from that top of the ball, you draw 180 degrees, 180 points.
Yes.
And then below that, you draw a line through the center of the ball. And then you do your 180 degrees from there.
Yep.
That's quite a difference. Because that's where the sun would be going at 15 degrees per hour. And
Yeah,
you
I
would be
agree.
on top of the ball and not getting 15 degrees per hour.
Yeah, it would be if the sun weren't so far away. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. If the sun were closer, the closer the sun is, the bigger difference it would make. And that's
Do
an
you want to
interesting
take
point too, right?
Yeah.
Because if we did measure, we should be slightly. Come on, Scott. Think faster or slower as it's right overhead.
It would be slower.
I'm struggling visualizing this.
The sun should be going faster in your
Maybe Matthew can visualize this better.
more than 15 degrees per hour because it's got to get from the center of the ball around to the other center of the ball. Full 180 degrees of the ball, not of you. Yeah?
Yeah, but
It's
it's
so far
so far away.
that it is going just 180 degrees.
But if we're closer, it would be slower over if it was like, just 20 miles up. Would it be going faster rotational overhead or on the horizons?
It'd be going faster because it's got more ground to cover.
God, I got to figure this out now. No, I'm going to be obsessed with
I
this.
think he's saying that, like, when you're standing on, out in the field on a globe, that you only see a tiny fraction of the Earth. But then the sun, from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. or whatever, is 180 degrees all the way around.
No, I don't think that's what he's saying. I think he's saying that our center point moves because it's on the surface of the globe, whereas if we went down to the center of the Earth, the center point of our angles wouldn't actually be moving; it'd be still.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so in the
Well,
globe
it'd be
model,
interesting to actually find out what the difference would be, though.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah.
I agree.
So it's not going to be much because in the globe model we're 3959 miles from the center, but the sun is 93 million miles away. So 4,000
Apparently.
miles this way or that isn't going to make that much difference in angle.
I just wanted to post. I just wanted to say that the video the old dude posted at 31 minutes after the hour. That's a pretty cool video. I've been peeking through it. I ain't watched the whole thing, so I'm kind of judging the book by its cover. But I see it's got a lot of mixture of Malcolm Bowden and the Principal movie and some other stuff in there. Pretty cool.
Wait, did you say Malcolm Bowden?
That's right.
Wow, I know. I know about some of his theories on the pharmaceutical industry. I didn't know he got into.
Oh, we're not
flat
going
Earth.
there.
About that, yeah. But if you could send that to me direct message, not in the side chat, brother, I'd really appreciate it. But yeah, he was making videos around 2012, 2014, I think, about geocentrism and the science behind it, like Aries failure, the Sagnac effect, Michelson-Morley, and others.
Yeah, he's I personally find his work, well, his research really compelling, in my opinion.
Yeah, if you could post some of that stuff you were talking about directly in my messages and not in the side chat, that'd be great. I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
Hey, Scott, have you got a chance to take me through that math with the jet
Sure.
fighter? Yeah.
Sure.
Just explain it to like you're explaining it to a tradesman, yeah, a builder, like practical.
Yeah, sure.
Supposed to be practical. Yeah.
Yeah, so you take the 1,000 miles per hour, and you got to
Yeah.
convert that to feet to miles per second, right?
Yeah.
And so you just divide it by 3,600.
Because
So
that's
1,000
that's how
divided
many
by 60
seconds
divided
are
by
in.
60. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how many
Yeah.
seconds are in an hour. And so now your units is miles per second, and that came out to something like point. I deleted my
Yeah, it was
stuff that I
0.6
had.
to foot, just over half a foot.
Yeah.
0.6 of a
And
foot.
then you just take
Yeah.
then you throw that miles thing into the 8 inches per mile, 8 inches for each mile squared, and so you take that 0.6 and you square it, and that gives you some smaller number like 0.36, and then you multiply that by 8 to get the distance drop, and then you got your distance drop in inches. And then if you wanted to get it in feet, you multiply it by 12.
Where the hell did I go wrong? So what I did was
I'm not sure.
I took the 1,000 miles per hour, right? So I went, okay, in an hour, the plane's going to travel 1,000 miles. So I took the drop over distance of 1,000 miles,
Mm-hmm.
and then I divided it by 60, and then divided it by 60. How does that not work?
So you took the drop over
Because
distance.
it's not a linear equation. That's why.
Okay.
Ah, there we go.
All right. Let's see where I went wrong.
So the answer you came up with is the average change over that whole hour from the perspective of the starting point. But if you want to find out how much is changing per second, and resetting every second, then they do it the way that Scott described.
Yeah. So when you divide it by 60 and divide it by 60, you're not getting the same answer as if you do it the other way around, times 60 times 60.
Yeah, because one is before the squared and one is after the squared. So
Yeah.
Gotcha. I'll never do that again.
Oh,
So drop. Let's do it with a commercial jet. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So what do they go? They go about 600 miles per hour. Yeah.
Right around there, from what I hear, 550 or something.
So the
600
next step
get around.
is. So you get your 600, and then your next step is divided by 6. Sorry, did you convert it to
Yeah,
feet?
you divide it by 60 and 60, so that brings you to 100, and then that divided by 60 is, what is 1/6? 0.125 or something like that? 122? 1.5?
0.16667.
No, it's okay. There you go.
And then
I don't do math so well in my head.
you square it.
Yep. Which makes it an even smaller number.
Mm-hmm. Because
Because
it's less than
1.16 times
1.
0.16, yeah. And then you guys take that number and you,
Change it into feet or inches. Yeah.
then you take, times the 8 for 8 inches.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's 0.22 inches.
Per second.
Yes.
Oh, it's way different than I thought it was.
But I think, the thing pilots would care about is how fast the plane is curving. And we don't, I don't think anybody measures that in drops. You just measure what is the curve you're taking, and I don't know how few radians that is, or how many arc seconds.
Yeah, well, they say they don't correct for it anyway, so.
Yeah. But yeah, you couldn't tell you were curving that plane. It would feel straight.
Check.
Yo.
You're loud and clear. I really need to upgrade this processor.
I recommend the Ryzen 5 7600X. Been good to me so far.
Yeah, I'm probably going to go to the 5800X 3D. It's around like 300 and some change, but it's like the best
5800X.
processor. Right after like the 5950.
Do you do like editing and work on it, or are you just a gamer?
Just a gamer, and I like I said, I do like streaming from time to time, and it helps.
Okay.
And the other thing is, right now I'm on a 2600X, and yeah, she's starting to feel like she needs to upgrade.
Yeah, you need an upgrade. I think you can. I don't remember which one it was, but if you're on the old architecture, not the one that just came out, I think you have
AM4
different
is what I'm on.
Yeah, I think you have different processors than what I can get. I think I got the new stuff for AMD.
Yeah. Yeah, AM5 socket, I've considered it a couple times, but I mean, I can go to like the best processor this board can support, and then in about 5 years, probably, go to whatever is out at that time.
Agreed. I was just assuming that you were going to replace more than just a processor. Anyway, please continue.
Oh, nothing big. I'm just chilling. Oh, by the way, how's the cam setup look? Is it all right?
Yep, that's good.
Sometimes I feel like I'm blocking stuff that people should see, but I don't think this screen is like the biggest important thing.
Yeah, make sure that whatever card you're going to get, just make sure that there's not going to be any bottlenecking. Do a bit of research on that. Make sure if it would support your other hardware.
Oh yeah, I've definitely done my research, and I built this system actually from the ground up, so I know what it can support.
You know, I used to always get the Ryzen 7 or the was it i7, I think. But yeah,
What game is this that you're playing?
It's called No Man's Sky. It's a sort of like a space simulator almost. There is some combat and stuff in it.
Ooh, I see planets very close. They should have a gravitational pull. They're so close.
Yep.
Bullshit.
Listen, I've watched enough YouTube videos about space to know that that's going to have a gravitational pull.
What's gravity?
Ball.
That makes the thing that makes No Man's Sky an original game is that it was the very first video game where the map is based off an algorithm as opposed to individuals, designing it in a computer lab.
Yep.
I'm just so lazy. I just like watching other people play video games. I'm just that lazy. I'm what Twitch was designed for. Because I have games, I've played games, I've played my share of Sims and things like that and done my little scenarios. But, I just enjoy watching other people do it better and fuck around with their computer, Just
the
more
new
fun.
Paper Mario is coming out soon. I think you might enjoy it.
Really? Really? I love Paper Mario. I did that through my pregnancy.
It's coming out
What
for
is
Switch.
it, Larry?
Paper Mario. They didn't just port it over from the GameCube. They're like redoing it from the ground up, but they're remaking it. So
Exciting.
I think that might be a pretty good game.
I have a Switch, and it's my Switch, and it stays in my house, so it's my Switch, so I could definitely play that.
You're supporting
I don't think
Nintendo.
I will.
You're supporting
Nintendo.
Nintendo.
Is Nintendo anti-union?
I am not giving Nintendo 1 cent. Are you kidding?
Is
They do?
Screw
Nintendo
that company.
anti-union?
What'd they do?
What did they do? What did they do
What
now?
did they do?
What didn't they do? Just
Can
give us
we,
the rundown.
Can we move on? I feel like I'm being
literally
trolled.
Listen, okay, I'm on a cell phone that was
Oh my
made by Foxconn, which literally had nets out for suicide. I have a feeling that my morally grayest can't get any grayer. So just tell me what Nintendo did.
Well, for one, they just shut down servers that would have, provided people access to games that were working just fine until they shut them down.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah.
You're describing human rights violations compared to shutting down a few servers?
No. Well,
really?
starting
You're
with that.
equating those?
Okay, I can narrow it down into one sentence as why Nintendo are a terrible company. They are anti-consumerism. They are anti-gamer. They are anti-everything. They are just greed, profit. It's just like every other big conglomerate company that gets too big for their britches. It's no different.
I have a better
So
one.
what's
I have a
new
better
here,
one. They haven't made a good game since the year 2000. That's a better criticism.
Call me when their worker they have to put nets outside to catch workers from committing suicide, and then I'll feel slightly guilty. Until then, they have just as good a software as Apple. Well, no, they have they have a eighth of as good a software as Apple.
Look, guys, just relax. I know I said Nintendo, but I was appealing to the casual gamer.
Oh
like the
yeah, and
lady.
I totally get that, Larry. And like I said, if somebody wants to know what they've done badly, yeah, but they are still,
in the gaming community.
So.
I'm gonna say But
Oh, go
I
ahead.
still, but they have exclusive rights over Mario, and I like playing Paper Mario, so
Exactly.
can't do anything about it. There's
Play
nothing
what
I
you
can do about
want.
it. If I want to
I-
play Mario, I have to use Nintendo. There's nothing I can do about that.
Yeah, and
Well,
same for
If you
Blizzard.
want to do Super Smash Brothers, if you want to fight people on Mario Kart, you have to support Nintendo. And Mario Kart is the bomb. If you
No. Why are you using an Apple phone? Did you say that you're doing that?
Because I got it I had Galaxy, but then Google didn't didn't update it. Updated its software and it made everything slower, and I got pissed. And then I got Apple, and then I stuck with Apple. And I never switched back. No.
Yeah, but what I'm
Well, then
getting
that's
at
worse.
is I didn't buy a Switch because I'm not giving Nintendo one cent, because if I did, then that would be like me saying, "Hey Nintendo, what you're doing right now is okay. Keep doing that." Right? And
get it,
that's
bro.
part of the
Coming out,
problem,
if
you know?
if they're coming out with Paper Mario and they keep on making things like Super Smash Brothers and Mario Kart, unfortunately, if there is, tell me another game that you could sit there and smash someone with a shell in the middle of another racing game. If you can tell me what's the alternative, they seem to have the monopoly of video game racings that you can smash each other with shells with. You can't do that anywhere else. So where am I supposed to go to smash my friends with shells?
Well, here's the perk. The Switch is split wide open. They can be modded to where you can download all their games, pirate everything, get everything for free. Screw Nintendo. I'm not even giving them any money.
Okay, let's move on.
Yeah.
I'm a
Argument
PC.
concluded.
Yeah, I'm a PC master race. I'm not really a Nintendo guy, but I love Mario Kart and Smash Brothers, and I own a Switch. And you know
Yeah.
what? I own the gayest Switch that you can find. It's what is that?
I have the Splatoon Switch, the OLED Splatoon Switch.
Splatoon.
I got an Animal Crossing Switch. I got the gayest
I've-
Switch ever.
I
don't
never
even care.
played Animal Crossing. I've told that I like it, and I've never played it, but
I've never played it either. But when I went to
Yeah.
buy one, that's what they had, so I bought it. I was like, screw it. I'm like,
Which
But-
version of Switch is it?
the Animal Crossing Switch.
I mean, is it OLED or the other one?
I don't think so. I think it's the old one.
Mm.
I'm not sure actually. I don't know.
It's. Do you have the box? It will say on the box.
Yeah, but I don't care.
Well, you could usually tell because the screens are about the same.
I mean,
I
OLED
got
is.
both.
I can
It's
play
about the
Zelda.
same.
I can play Metroid. I can play Mario Kart and Smash Brothers. That's all I need.
Okay.
The easiest way to tell a difference is OLED's gonna have inkjet blacks. Like LCDs, they suck at reproducing a true black. So that's the quickest way to figure it out.
Okay. So we're supporting the corporate overlord so that we can enjoy it. See, here's the thing. If you don't sit there and support them and buy and pay for that stuff, then they won't make any more Super Smash Brothers and new versions of Paper Mario. And I want to play Paper Mario. So guess what? I'm going to buy it and I'm going to play it. And if that means
Yeah.
I'm supporting the corporate overlord, it means that particular corporate overlord is doing things correctly. And if the worst thing that they did was shut down a couple servers and they're slightly anti-gamer, that sucks. but-
Slightly, man. Where have you been? You're like living under a rock over there. Like, dude,
I
they're shutting
have a
people down
job.
left and right, week after week.
I have a job.
I don't know where you've been.
I've been at work.
Mm.
I've been playing Nintendo since like 1986.
I mean,
I'm just
Word.
keep doing it.
They're going after people
You
who
remember-
are creating emulators.
Remember when
So,
you did
Super
the
NES?
track and field with your hands? You went boop, 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 and then you lifted it in the air so you can go super far and then land on the ground to make it so you can
Look,
cheat.
This is how bad it is. They are going after people who are creating emulators for the Nintendo 64, a console
Are
that
they?
came out in 1996.
Yeah, I admit it, bro. That's really shitty. You know what I
That
mean?
is that is shitty.
But you know what? The whole point of having a business is to capitalize on your work. So I don't want
Exactly.
anyone stealing my wages when I work. So I kind of get it as a
Well,
capitalist. I
the
kind of get
problem
it.
is that it's pitched in the favor of the capital, like instead of you and me, the resource, like you know who the biggest thieves are. It's not like they put stuff all over the news about the shoplifters and the loss and these gangs of shoplifters. You know who's the biggest theft is the employers have been stealing people's money, and not only that, Walmart and your Targets and your McDonald's are basically living off of welfare from the U.S. government because most of their employees are paid so low that they have to be on government welfare. Sorry, let me
No,
just
no,
step
no.
down
What
from my
about no,
soapbox.
no, no? Back to what I was saying. What about like using images and video of gameplay, Nintendo gameplay on YouTube? You use a very small asset, even sound effects. They shut down YouTubers left and right by the thousands every day.
Yeah, I know they're dicks, bro. I
It's
know they are.
yeah. I mean, I get what
know.
you're saying, like trying to protect your company, but dude, like they're
Well,
like
That is low.
super.
I heard that the
Honestly,
Grand
the
Theft Auto
celebrity
they want to charge you by the hour.
Because
You
I
know,
would totally watch.
Really?
They're fucking
Yeah.
it up. Because I would totally watch other people play Mario Kart on YouTube, and that's a whole new avenue they can get to of other people. Because then, if I watch Mario Kart, then I'll play Mario Kart, and then I'm more likely to be in connection with that stuff. And that's so stupid that they're doing that. It's completely against whoever's in charge of their PR department needs to be smacked upside the head.
Go work, go broke.
Anyway.
All right.
Anyway,
walking down from my
Nintendo ran
soapbox.
over.
Enough of that. Enough of that shit. Who believes in the globe?
There, I finally got down from the soapbox. Ugh, that was an exhausting walk.
Who believes here that they live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space?
I do.
Do you?
Yes.
All right, cool. What
I've
makes
seen
you think
pictures.
that?
Pictures.
Pictures? I've seen pictures
Yeah.
of Bigfoot.
Terrible pictures of Bigfoot.
Terrible pictures of the globe. too.
Okay, if you have great pictures of Bigfoot, that like unbelievable, like proof finding pictures, post them right now, and then I'll be a believer in
Alright,
Bigfoot.
do you want the unicorns
Bigfoot,
one
it-
as well? I've got unicorns too.
Of course, I'd love to see it. Let's go.
Awesome. I'll do that, and then you post me a picture of a globe, of the globe from outer space.
Okay.
Ask
You
you a
want
question.
Google Earth?
Wait, Nat Leo, have you ever seen like a horse with your own two eyes before?
Yes.
So if I showed you a picture of a horse, would you have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not that's a realistic picture of a horse or not?
Yes. But
Have you ever been in the
different
vacuum of
places.
space?
No. And
So if
here's
I
the
showed
thing.
you, if I showed you a picture from the vacuum of space, would you have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not that's a realistic picture or not?
Yes, I do, because I can see it from the dark sky from the Earth.
That's not the vacuum of
Yes,
space.
no.
No, that's not
You
a picture of the. You're not looking.
You
Hang
said
on,
I
you're not
didn't have a
looking at.
reference place. I can use a reference place
Hang
because
on.
the stars that are in the sky match the stars that are in space. That's a
No,
reference
that's not a
point.
reference point. So, and that's not a picture of the globe either. That's not a reference point to recognize the globe
Okay,
either.
if the stars that are in the picture match the stars that are in the picture of the globe and they match up, that's a reference point.
Where?
Because it means it's
Where do you see
consistent.
He's not
How
talking
would
about
you
that.
know the
He's saying,
difference? Not Leo. How would like if someone like let's pretend for a second that the vacuum of space is a real place. To the best of my knowledge, it's not. I don't believe it. But let's pretend it's a real place, and you could go there and take a picture of the Earth from there. How would you know the difference? Whether or not one picture
I've
from
never
there
been
is
to
real.
Antarctica, but I know that I know
no, just answer the
people have been
question.
there.
I know you're getting excited.
No.
Just answer it.
I'm saying I've never been to Antarctica. I've never been to Africa. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to believe the other people that were there and pictures. And I have no reference point for Africa. Someone could sit there and say a picture of Ghana is Africa, and I wouldn't know any better. But the
Okay,
reference
you
points
talk.
are
Hang
in
on.
conjunction
Stop.
to
Slow
the
down.
reference
Slow down,
points.
dude.
Wait,
Dude.
the are in conjunction to where you are. You can point to landmarks and you can point
Hold
to
on. Nat
constellations.
Leo, let's just point out, we just want to quickly point out how it's a false comparison. So it's a false comparison because you have walked around on land before and you have held, a rock or an apple in your hand and let go and watched the rock and apple fall down. But the claim is that they're going to a place in the sky where things don't fall down. That's not something you've ever experienced. So you have no reference point
I've
to
seen
use to tell
videos
whether or
of
not
it.
they're telling the
I've seen
truth.
videos of it. I've seen hard evidence and videos of people.
That's the whole
of
point of Orion's analogy. That's the whole point of it.
Oh.
You've got nothing to reference it.
Oh, because I haven't experienced, again, because I haven't experienced sub-Saharan heat doesn't mean I don't know that the Saharan desert is dangerous.
What?
Again, you're talking about not an extraordinary claim. Like a desert existing somewhere is not an extraordinary claim. Most
But
of them have been
I've
the
never
desert.
experienced sub-Saharan desert, so how do I know it's there? It could be just a fabrication. That's
Yeah,
the
but
same
what's
argument.
more? But Natlio, what's more an extraordinary claim? Claiming that the Sahara Desert is a real place and it gets really hot there, or claiming that there's a place you can go where things don't fall down? What's more extraordinary?
The place that there's no water. In all my life, water has been abundant and clear. Knowing a desert, and to me, it's different. It would be out of the ordinary to go to a place that doesn't have
That's
water.
not out
coming
of
from
the
the
ordinary.
sky.
I live in a place where it's 80% desert, so that's not out of the ordinary.
It's out of the ordinary. It's not out of the ordinary for this guy. But guess what? There you go.
Going to a place where things.
Just because
going to a
I
place
haven't
where things.
experienced weightlessness myself, and I have actually, because I've experienced it on a roller coaster through physics. I've experienced the feeling of weightlessness, and I've seen it
We're
on
not
planes.
arguing
And
with
I've
that,
been
though.
on
Wait, hold on. We're not arguing with that, though, right? Like,
No,
we're not denying. We're not denying that you feel weightlessness.
Stop getting
but
so
the argument
emotional.
is,
Just chill out.
no, shush. I'm just
Chill out,
going
or I'll
I'm
kill
going
you
based on the fallacy of the argument, which is that just because I haven't experienced it doesn't mean I don't have a reference point, and doesn't mean I don't have points of factual evidence to identify
exactly what it. I'm sorry. That's exactly what it means.
What point? Here's my
Sorry, it's
question.
not a.
What point
just
would it be to
quiet.
prove to someone? Why would anyone want to that? There's no one's tried to prove it because of all the evidence.
Fuck. Stop. You just said it was a fallacy because you haven't been there, which means you haven't experienced it. That's not a fallacy. It's the truth. If you haven't been there, you've got no reference point. It's just the truth.
Saharan Desert. I've never been there, so it might not be true. I've never experienced it. So it's
Okay,
the same thing.
fair enough. You got no reference point for that either.
I've lived in one place almost my entire life, so I have no reference. So it means the
you've got a
Saharan Desert.
reference
So
point
it
for
means
that,
the
don't you?
Saharan. So based on on your logic, then I have no bearing to prove the Saharan Desert is there. Just because millions of people have been there, there's evidence. It's on maps and it's all over the place. But
Have
that just
millions
because
of-
I have
have
personally
millions of
never been
people-
there, it means.
Have millions of people gone to a place where things don't fall down?
What? This
Have
is true.
millions of
This is
people
true.
gone to a place where things don't fall down?
Not millions, but 100, at least a dozen, at least.
24 to be exact.
And they have pictures of it and evidence, and the photographic evidence would be impossible
and
to
you've
fake,
got
given the
nothing.
technology of the time. So
You've got nothing to reference it on.
yes, they do. We have the sky. It literally shows it, and you can point it out. When a what's this thing goes a GPS thing, a satellite goes across the sky, you can see it go across the sky. That's in
Okay,
space.
you can
And
see
it
that.
doesn't
Have you
fall
ever
from the
seen?
sky. I have
you
seen
ever
a satellite in the sky using a telescope.
Have you ever
I've taken
seen
a
the
basic
curvature of
astronomy
the
class.
Earth?
I'm sorry? Yes, I
Have you ever
have.
seen the curvature of the Earth from
You
Earth?
have. All you have to do is look over the horizon.
Is the horizon curved?
Yes, it is. Haven't you seen pictures about how a boat goes over the horizon and disappears because of the
What about when
curvature
it?
of the Earth?
What about when it doesn't? Because it's have to be at a certain rate because they give us a size of the ball. So
You got me there at a couple things, but you know.
because it should always go over the horizon at the exact same point, shouldn't it? If
It
the
does
Earth is the
usually.
size that they.
Well, if given that the sailboat
Where's
is
your
the
reference
exact
point
same
for this
size,
one?
it's the exact same distance, and it is a clear and sunny day, then yes, it should go down at the exact. If all the conditions are the same, it should always go down at the exact same measure.
At what distance is that?
I don't know. I don't have it off the top. I'm not a physician, physics person. I ask me something about development. Ask me something about requirements and
That's
business.
one thing I don't know about development.
Yeah. Okay. Go. Perfect. Go perfect. I know enough to make myself sound smart. That's about it.
Not in this subject.
No, not at this. The other
Maybe in
subject.
development, but
Yeah. Well, I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert.
I don't know, guys. You sounded pretty smart to me. So
yeah, I didn't call her dumb.
Depends on the subject. But I've watched enough YouTube. That's what I'll do. Because I've seen it on YouTube, and I believe everything on YouTube. That's a joke. That's not for real. I don't believe everything on YouTube. That's a good approach. Everyone stop talking.
It gets quiet from time to time. It's fine though. You guys just learn to chill and accept it.
Yeah.
Right. You ever have that friend that like anytime you pause for like 5 seconds, there's always they can't have silence at all. They're just like, what's wrong? What's wrong? Or they always have to say something. Like they can't just chill and just not say something for a few seconds.
You know, there was a study done on people that to see if they would actually physically harm, like not completely harm themselves, like pinch themselves rather than just sit and do nothing and be bored. It's like, yep.
Called anxiety.
No, I mean, if you're left alone and have literally nothing to do, would you rather just pinch yourself and have feel pain to know that there's stuff happening?
Yeah, I'll just go and find something to do.
Yeah, I'd make up a story or something in my head. I don't know.
Plato's Cave.
I try to figure out the process. So I've been in jail twice. And one time was, I don't want to talk about. The second time was because my dog got out and bit the neighbor, and I didn't fix the fence, and so I got arrested and I went to jail.
Remember put you in jail for offence?
Yeah.
Really?
Well, no, because I missed the court date, and they put a warrant out for my arrest for $200. Yeah, I was reporting a
that's different.
crime. And I was reporting a crime, and they're like, "Oh, you have this $200 warrant. We're going to arrest you," which was bullshit. But the first time when I was in, I just spent my time trying to figure out how long it took from booking to getting released. And by the time the third girl, because there was 3 girls ahead of me, had gone around, I had figured out exactly when I was going to come around. And I was going to be like, "Oh, we're going to get called up now." And it happened. And I was like, yes. And everyone was asking me, like, "Oh, what do you think I'm going to get out? What do you think I'm going to get out?" I'm like, "Oh, based on the time that you came in, 2 p.m. But I'm just like, but it's 11 a.m. Sorry. That's just the way it is. So, yeah. So, it's like, "You're going to be here 7 hours." That's what I've guessed. And they're all excited. And they're like, "What do you do?" And I'm like, "I'm a business analyst." "Oh, so you do this shit for a living?" I'm like, "Yes."
Numbers are fun.
I know. They knew I didn't belong. So the girl I was with, she got in for shoplifting, and they had taken her weave and her shoes and her laces and everything, and she had been set up by the other girl because the girl was waiting for her at Hollister, and she came and she just grabbed all her stuff, and then they took her away and put her in jail.
Were they considering her a suicide risk that they did that?
They do that to everybody. They check everyone. Like for me, the first time I went in, they thought I had planned it because I wore flats that had no laces and everything was emptied out. I wasn't expecting it, but they patted me down, and then I was just the second time I was not dressed appropriately. I was wearing a sundress, and they put me in the prison stuff on top of it, and that time around some shit had happened in my local precinct about pregnant women, and they were pregnancy testing everyone, and it was my visitor was in town, and I was like, I don't need a pregnancy test. I'm on my fucking period. And sorry to be blunt, it was being very. I've already been kicked out of several rooms for talking too much about this stuff, so I need to be careful. I got banned from a couple rooms for this. I need to shut up.
Yeah, my only real experience though with jail or prison has been through my wife's personal experience, and we separated about 10 years ago, so there's that.
Well, like well, the first one got dismissed, and the second one was I just paid the fine because it was just a broken fence, but like obviously I'm not a hardened criminal or anything like that. So
I get you.
there's nothing wrong with it. Sometimes people have brushes with the law and they don't have the resources to take care of it, and that's nothing against them. They're just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Oh, totally. Anyway, I think it's like 3-ish, so I gotta
Yeah.
get some sleep, so I'll catch you
Me
guys
too.
around.
Yeah.
Anyone alive? Everyone sleeping? All right. Have a good night, fellas.
2024, how could you think that the Earth is flat?
Hello. Is anyone here? Pussy. G'day, Timbo, mate. Or anyone else. See, Crit's got his mic open. What's up, Crit? A few Batmans in the house. Timbo's here. He's right down the bottom. Trinity's here. What's up, Trinity? Timbo's flashing away in the background. Oh, looks like I'll camp in here for a little bit and wait for some crazy nuts to come in. That's no separation between Flat Earth and Globe Earth people. I know Nathan's coming in later. That's going to be exciting. I'm sat about maybe an hour and a half away from now. Timbo's indicating. It sounds like he's going right.
What's going on, Timbo? Is it the quiet hour, man? It's midnight over there, yeah? Or in England, anyway.
It's like lunchtime in England. So it's probably about, what, 10, 11, 12, something like that in Australia.
9 o'clock.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. How are you, Jedi?
Yeah, good, man. Yourself?
Oh, yeah, I'm groovy, man. I like to. I was fighting with a few Glovers a little bit earlier over in the Islamic group, and yeah, they got a
Oh,
little
wow.
offended.
Oh, is it? Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, they got offended. Well, they were only in their 20s, so it didn't matter what I said, though. I'm too old for them anyway, so. Oh,
Yeah.
it was quite comical, man. They all went away crying, so I hope they get their little act together next time and don't come with so many ad homs.
Yeah. Doesn't go in many directions, man, and they're all predictable very quickly. So I'm not surprised some people run away and get pissy with the ad homs and shit.
Yeah, they only want to ask questions, mate. They don't. Bloody hell, that's way up, isn't it? They don't actually want to give any answers. They just want to ask questions. So they, as all Globers do, they just want us to do their thinking for them.
Well, it's not only that, man, but they want to ask questions, but they don't want to listen to the answers. I think that's fundamental to the way that they think and the way that they go forward. They ask questions, and they think that because they can ask lots of questions and they can just keep asking questions, then they don't have to listen to the answers. Just keep asking the next question, innit?
I have found that very hard to get my head around, and I think it's starting to sink in a little bit. But they're asking the questions because they don't really know. Where to us, it's so obvious that we've all been lied to, and the world is not as it seems. So they should be questioning everything as well. But yeah, not to give us a chance to answer and just talk over us with their regurgitated information is rude in many ways.
Yeah. There's a lot of information out there about this globe model. You can Google any answer and you can come back with the first thing that you see, and there's always some kind of answer for anything. If you're looking for evidence that the Earth is a ball, there's loads of it online. It's like one of the greatest stories of all time, right? So you can find all of these little answers.
Oh, are they all looking to get plugged in? Is it the transhumanism that they're actually looking forward to, so they don't have to think? Just be, just we're sexual beings. Just get out of the way. We're going to make babies and unite the world in love or something like that. I'm not sure.
Well, there's this idea going around at the moment that we're going to own nothing, but we're going to be happy. That seems to be some kind of agenda that they've been putting forward. You see it kind of advertised and whatnot. You're going to own nothing and you're going to be happy about it. Like, all right, that sounds fun.
Yeah. Well, our forefathers provided us everything we need, so we don't need anything else. Get out of our way and don't ask me to work, for God's sake. Yeah, I get it, man. You're spot on.
Don't know, maybe they're trying to go for some, I don't know, 22nd century Star Trek type of utopia where money doesn't exist and you just have it just there and you just get employed for some reason. And you do either what you're good at or what you need to do or what you get coerced into doing just to run the system.
So Geneutopia is not looking too bad at the moment, then,
yeah? Yeah, right.
Sorry, man.
I don't trust it, man. Seriously, don't trust the world at the moment at all.
Oh, of course not, mate. Where'd Timbo go? I got him to speak with Timbo, but he's pissed off. So I'll let you guys talk your piece. I just wanted to let you know that I'm sober tonight and I can sort of allow you to speak. probably talking to Crit a little bit more there, but yes. Love you guys. All right, thank you.
Yeah, take care, big man. Speak to you soon. Amish has joined us. Ron Hagberg's here. Trinity is still in the house. What's up, Trinity? Timbo.
Hey, good morning.
Yo, what's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, doing great.
We've got a bit of a countdown going on until the Nathan Oakley show descends upon us.
Oh
That'll be
yeah,
fun.
that's at 10 p.m. Eastern, I think, right?
Some point soon, man. Can't really think of times in your zone of the world at the moment. But yeah, something.
3 a.m. your time.
There's lots going down, isn't there? Well, no, that's the we've got two things going on, haven't we? We've got Nathan Oakley coming in later, I think, and then we've got the I can't remember exactly who they call themselves, but some group of people that kind of go and do like street activism or something like that, go and speak to people on the street or have people invited into the server and to ask questions about different topics and so on. So they wanted to reach out to Flat Earth because I think I can't remember if some of our guys from 24/7 had gone onto their server or one of them just popped into ours. But yeah, they want to do a AMA kind of staged event, as we know. So that's going to be fun and exciting. So two things going on, man.
That's great. Always excited for Nathan to come. And these two guys coming tonight, I've never heard of before. Who's vouching for them amongst the 24/7 crew?
Me and Heretic.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. You and Heretic both?
Well, I had to rope Heretic in because the time that they want to do it is 3 in the morning. So it's like, well, I can't promise that I'm going to be awake at 3 o'clock on a Saturday morning. So, I mean, I am sometimes, but with work and whatnot, it's hard to make that type of commitment. So I posted in our chat over on the politics server, in our little mod chat, that I was kind of doing something in the background. Have you heard of someone called Dot Snow?
No.
No, well, that's the lady that came into 24/7, was having good conversations. I think she spoke to Skinny Vet first, or they struck up a bit of a conversation or something like that. So yeah, he was advocating for her. She seemed really cool. She reached out to me, then passed me on to these other guys who do the program, like I was saying. So me and Heretic at the moment, and I roped Heretic in just to see if anyone could help, and he's been really, really good about it. He took all of it on board. He's basically done all of the communication between him and stuff, set it up with Aurora, and it looks like it's going to be exciting, man.
That's cool. So are they another flat Earth community that exists and have grown kind of in parallel to 24/7?
No, I mean the gist of it is they do schedule programming about various topics in the world, that kind of conspiracies, if you will. So they look into all different sorts of things and politics and science, and maybe get special guests on and something like that for to hold a staged event where people can come in and basically do an AMA, just ask a certain person something about the way that they view the world or a subject that they're into.
Okay, cool. And these guys are flat earthers, I assume. I mean, I guess that's the whole point of the event. I mean, have you seen them wrangle and grapple with trolls and doing street activism or anything like that?
I've had a little look on their channel and stuff. I've spoke to this Snow who speaks like pretty highly of them, man. But apart from that, dude, I don't really know how this is going to go down. I'll probably be around curiosity, to be honest with you. So I do need all hands on deck. But you're away over the weekend. It's celebration time, I hear, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Got a wife's birthday party to celebrate, and it's a milestone. So we're doing something. We're getting away a little bit. Too bad I won't be here for this event, but I've got more important things to attend to. So.
No, you're fine, man. You'll be missed anyway. I would have appreciated if you'd been here, but I guess the wife comes before Flat Earth. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I wish you all the best, man, and I hope she has a lovely birthday.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, no worries, man. But what's been going on down? Oh, hello, mate. Hello, Craig. Good morning.
Yeah, hey, I was just listening in. I just wanted to get more information. It sounds like you guys knew what you're talking about. Me and AJ are going to host it, so I was a little nervous because I didn't know what to expect. But yeah, thanks for giving some insight into who these guys are.
Yeah,
it's good. Make it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. No, you're fine, man. Sorry, it kind of happened pretty quickly over the last couple of days. I've been in contact with this Snow for maybe about 2 weeks. It was pretty slow because I didn't know if I could make the commitment and whatnot, and they needed a little bit of time. But yeah, it picked up over the last couple of days, and obviously we're hosting the event later tomorrow evening. So yeah, it's a good chance to get to speak to you, man. Like I was saying to Amish, don't really know. They seem genuine about what they want to do, and they want to ask questions, and so on. So it should be really, really interesting. But I appreciate you you hosting, man. If you're going to be around, like I was saying to Amish, I need pretty much all hands on deck because I don't know how this is going to go. I'd rather no disrespect to anybody else, but quite a lot of the senior guys around to be around to see just to make sure everything goes smoothly.
Right. I mean, we not knowing what to expect. I mean, I would be fully engaged on that mute button.
Oh, yeah.
So you know what I mean? Like I'm fully expecting dielectric inertial plane business going to be brought up, and positive claims of the firmament and
Yeah,
portals.
but it's their event though, so you gotta let them.
Ah, okay. So this is theirs, and they're using our stage. Got it. Okay.
Yeah. So it's like if they're gonna bring up ether cosmology and stuff, it's gonna be hard to moderate that because how. See, I don't know. This is where I was a little nervous about, not nervous, apprehensive, right? Because if they're going to start, I don't know these guys. Or they come in here with like Earth, ether, plane cosmology, biblical cosmology, the Earth moving up at 8 meters or 9.8 meters per second. How do you mod that when some guy comes in and says, "Dude, that's literally stupid," and you're like, "Well, yeah." It's just a meth fueled symposium. It's like basically replacing one sort of sky magic with another sky magic. It's like where do you draw the line at a value at a question versus like.
That's a good point, man. Where do you draw the line?
Yeah, how far do you let the question answer go? It's like at that point, it's like
not too far before it distracts the main subject, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, like insults or something like that. Like it's got to be blatant. It's got to be like in your face, dude. Like you glue sniffing, F slur, and I'm like, okay, that's a mute.
I mean, you and AJ have got to be really smart about the way that you run this, and whoever's in here, has got to be really smart in the way that we engage you, and take moderation and so on, and the way that we engage these people. Right? It's sometimes things can go to shit in this room. Let's be fair, and that's the last thing that we really want. We don't want like 5, 4, 3 people talking. The conversation should always be on point, primarily with one person who wants to step up and answer the question. The mic's got to be shared between the people that are engaging with these questions. So no hogging of the mic and no like monologuing where it's like 5, 6, 7 minutes, as I know some people do. It's got to be direct and answering their questions, but keeping it on point. So if we're talking about ether cosmology and dielectric planes and all of this type of stuff, then entertain the questions, see what the reaction's like. If it's good that you carry it on, but you don't carry it on for too long, because at the end of the day, the primary point is what can you actually prove? What can you demonstrate? And this is in the realms of I don't know. I mean, with speculation Sunday areas, right? So those type of things, moderated for time, I would have suggested. Don't let it run off, man. And then the next question, it's just distraction, isn't it? You've got to keep these things on point. And that's how I'd do it anyway, man.
What time is this event you're talking about?
So tomorrow night, depending on your area of the world, around 10 p.m. Eastern Standard, I think. So that's 3 a.m. GMT in London time. Australian, so you'll have to figure that out for yourself. Tomorrow evening.
I'm 1 hour ahead of you. You in the UK.
Oh, are you? Yeah, so that'd be 4 o'clock in the morning for you.
Jesus Christ, no thanks.
Yeah, I know. It's early in the morning, that's for sure.
I'll see if I make it.
Yeah. Damn that globe.
Recorded in either event.
Yeah, that's true, man. I think they're obviously recording, live streaming or something like that. I can't quite remember. I have to read through the chat to be completely sure about that.
It's on this server?
Yeah, it's on this server, mate. Yeah, there'll be a separate channel. It won't be in this channel. I think there'll be a holding room and an area that you go into to ask your questions, kind of like personally to a select group of people or whatever.
Or like a stage thing.
Yes, mate. Absolutely. You got it. And of course, Nathan Oakley is coming in at some point. I think that's today, 2 o'clock. So
Yeah,
3
pretty
o'clock.
quick here. Or not. Yeah, like another hour or 45 minutes?
Hour.
Yeah.
Yeah. He does his pre-show, doesn't he? And he starts at it'd be 2 a.m. here. But he starts at 1:30, does his pre-show bit, ramble and
2
whatnot.
a.m. You mean
You think the bloop is real?
So I think what is what? Who's
Yo,
where?
you think the bloop is real?
Oh,
That's real.
Okay,
Yo,
dude, your mic is a hot mess, okay? Take a breath, talk slower, because your panic
Yo, you guys
fueled
think the bloop is real?
your panic fueled screeching here, your mic is not picking it up, okay? Your mic is trolling you right now. So slow down, just talk normal. Or go to push or talk, because right now your mic is saving you from being a complete fool.
He's gone. I think he blew up his computer.
Okay. It's like when voice activated saves you.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, saved us. Saved him.
I couldn't even hear what he was asking. I couldn't. Every time he repeated, I was hoping I was actually going to find out what the hell he was asking. Couldn't quite make him out.
He said, "Do you think the moon is real?"
I think the moon is real. Oh, really? Wow.
No, it's not. It's fake.
The moon's fake. The story about the moon's fake.
I watched this episode of the show, or whatever, YouTube video from Vsauce. He starts off with like painting the bottom of his Crocs with like white paint. And he's like, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add 1 layer of paint to these shoes every day. And you're like, okay. He goes, I'm going to do this to simulate how far, so I can, I can't remember the exact words he used, right? To stay in lockstep with the moon, moving away at 0.1 centimeters per day. I'm like, what the fuck? So his ritual, his spiritual sky magic ritual to maintain equilibrium between him, the moon, and the stars is to add white paint to your Crocs once a day. What the fuck, dude? Like, what the fuck?
We're all crazy, man. Like, you go the anti-flat Earth route long enough, you're going to experience psychosis.
It reminds me of that joke from George Carlin, who said, this guy's more useless than a second coat of paint.
Gosh, man, imagine you at that point, he is altering his life decisions based on the globe imagination. I mean, that's like textbook mental disorder land. That's like DSM-5 stuff.
That's like, are you like yeah, dude, like health and welfare check, something, you know, like like what would you do if you knew someone like that in real life who was like painting the bottom of their shoes because they had to stay.
Hey man, listen, you gotta paint the bottom of your shoes every day in order to maintain equilibrium with the moon, man.
And people are like, oh, you're not giving him charitable responses. Dude, literally on the video, he didn't say it as some sort of thought experiment. In the video, he's literally has a roller, a paint roller, and he's painting the bottom of his shoes. Like, actually, like really doing it, okay? He's not saying that like, oh, hey, a thin layer of paint is about 0.1 centimeters. No, that's not what he said. He literally said, I'm painting the bottom of my shoes, and I want to tell you why this is important.
And the longer I'm in this realm and the more I do this flat Earth research, the crazier the Glovers look.
Yeah, I had a pretty, I'm not going to say who, because I not to share DMs and stuff. This dude told me that the Earth looks round. I'm like, okay, fine. It looks round from where? From space. It looks round from space. I'm like, okay. Have you been to space? You know, basically all the basic, you know, things. He's like, no, right? I'm like, well, can you qualify, like, or quantify what the level of roundness you saw? Can't do that either. So I'm like, okay, so where do we go from here then? It just looks round. He's like, but you just told me earlier, like before the conversation started, because I said it looks flat. He's like, yeah, when you're an ant on a beach ball, of course it looks flat. So I said, now let's go back to your analogy. An ant on a beach ball, is that higher? Would its viewpoint be higher or lower than the ISS? And basically he's like, wait, what? Yeah, see what you did to yourself there. You kind of messed up because you said from the vantage point higher than the ISS on your model with an ant. Then on the backswing, you told me, look how round it looks.
You know, something others have said, I think Indio brings this up a lot, is how a lot of the anti-flat earthers we face are they're terrible at spatial reasoning, is what it comes down to. And maybe that's a common trait amongst them all. And maybe this is probably one of the reasons why they're so frustrated.
Yeah, the spatial reasoning has them fucked up, and then they add in some very subjective worldview that they
Right,
need
they bring their own cosmology, yes, because they don't understand the main cosmology message.
Another common thread with them is that they're all like solipsists. Like they're all like 99%ers. We can't know anything. That's a very common thread amongst them.
Yep, we uncover that all the time here. It's nuts. And you can almost assume it when they first come in and start to engage with you, that that's where it's going to end up.
Right. And to be honest, if somebody has that worldview, you're just talking to a brick wall. Like there's no point even engaging with that, honestly.
Yeah, that's why.
Because if reality is subjective, then their opinion is. And so if you think Earth is a globe, then that's just like your opinion, man, and we can move on.
Right. Like if your epistemology and ontology is completely off, then it's always going to be bad faith in the conversation. So yeah. Like Scott Mackey, who can just like define science in like 17 different ways, however he wishes. You know, it's just never going to work.
They have to have that subjectivism in order to patch over the gaps of knowledge they have of their own cosmology that was given to them. They have not comprehended it all, and it's incomprehensible to begin with. And I think this leads to everybody doing this. When we talk to Globers, it's amazing what kind of off-the-wall beliefs we uncover. I mean, we've got people who come in here vehemently defending the globe and don't know the difference between a solar system and a galaxy. So,
yeah.
So we have to correct misconceptions off the bat before we can even debate the heart of the material most of the time. And that's frustrating and very time consuming. It also makes you very vulnerable to trolling. Just to have a discussion in this arena about flat Earth requires developing presentation mindset and certain kind of social skills that you don't normally get in your normal everyday human interaction. That's something I've learned over the years doing this.
Like talking on the internet, you mean, in general?
Not just talking on the internet, but talking about flat Earth requires developing its own set of skills because it's such a triggering topic, because you have to rely on understanding knowledge claims regarding the prevailing cosmological model. You have to be really read up and astute on such things to begin with, and most people aren't. So it's just a very awkward thing to kind of get into. It seems like the people that are most passionate about the globe, for the most part, tend to be the least educated on their own cosmology. When we talk to experts, they're less certain about the facts that the anti-flat earthers espouse than the anti-flat earthers seem to be.
You know, what's interesting too, they toss people like that under the bus.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, it's like this guy Chronic, he's not around anymore. Like he's supposedly some sort of doctorate candidate, you know, at a college, has a master's degree, you know, like is being a student teacher for astrophysics department. And he just blatantly said, like, hey, I'm about 85, 86% sure of all the stuff I'm looking at. There's about 1/8, like 1/8 of the information is probably useless or gives an errors result, and we kind of throw that out. And the globalists are like 100% sure, but they're never sure of 100%, so it's kind of like a contradiction. So here's a guy who they think is what they should agree with their worldview. And he's telling them, no, it's about 80-ish% that the Earth could be flat, or about 15 to 20% chance that the Earth is still flat. And they just excommunicated this guy. Like, he hasn't been around since. Like, he did.
I remember Chronic, actually.
Yeah, he did like a talk with Eggshells, and that was like his crescendo, kind of going away. Like, hey, I'm gonna focus on school and family. I won't be on Discord anymore. Yeah, dude, because you got bullied by a bunch of fervent anti-flat Earth globalists, and you saw how toxic the community was.
Yeah, he used to be on Earth Awakenings. I remember a lot.
Yeah, last time I checked, I'm not sure if his account's even active anymore. I have to look.
I think a lot of the highly educated ones in this subject who first saw Flat Earth explode onto the scene, I think a lot of them saw what was coming, and a lot of them decided to retreat back into their hidey holes and not engage this topic head on because they don't know what to do with it. And so they're hoping it goes away. They're burying their head in the sand. I'm pretty sure a lot of these folks have wrestled with some of the very basic questions that we do in here, like what is mass? Defining what mass is. You don't get to be an astrophysicist unless you've pondered such things and have arrived at some troubling conclusions yourself. And you just don't say the troubling part out loud. Others, I'm sure, just buy into the complete rhetoric and deal with it as like a philosophy. You know, you talk to Michio Kaku, and this whole thing is just one big Kabbalistic philosophical exercise. He says that, not me.
Yeah, like almost a direct word-for-word quote there.
Nothing has really changed from 200-300 years ago.
Yeah, from like Babylon.
We used to live in a religious paradigm where everything was, everything was in the name of God. But now the science is the God, right? It's just the same. Right. It's the same script, but a different format, if that makes sense.
It's the new cult of the state. There's always a cult of the state. You know, under right. Marcus Aurelius and Julius Caesar, they were worshipped as gods, going all the way back. The noble lie of Plato and everything. Yeah, today's state cult religion is heliocentrism, without a doubt. It's the one world religion that unites all governments and all people under all governments together.
Yeah. What the Romans did was they essentially stole the Saracycle, and thus could, quote unquote, predict the eclipses, and all the people, all the peasants didn't know anything about the Saracycle. So they would say, okay, there's going to be an eclipse now, and this is our prediction, and this is the divine, revelation of God. And so people would believe in what they said because they had the knowledge, basically. Knowledge is power, yeah?
Yeah, and a lot of these occult organizations today study eclipses. They know what it is. And some occult groups, they award their highest degree when they award their highest degree, they confer a title of Sar, S-A-R, which is after Saros, which means Lord or King.
Like if everyone becomes conspiracy minded, right? Say you take the main culture of the whole world, right, and you make them all into conspiracies. It's not going to really help anyone either. That's just going to create another problem, because then everyone's going to be walking in fear and paranoid and looking behind their back every time. No one's going to be normal anymore. So you're not going to have people that are going to be relaxed and normal, because you can't just focus on evil. That's if you do that, then you're just blackpilled. So then you're going from a tyranny that's secret to being totally in fear, just under fear, basically just outright fear. That's not the solution either. The solution definitely is to focus on good things, on God and good things and the right things, because otherwise you're taking culture basically into another. From basically, it's like out of the frying pan into the fire. So you got like a hydra of whole different 20 different deceptions or 5,000 different deceptions, right? And you basically just swapping deceptions and wrong mindsets. You're basically putting people from one bondage into another bondage. Basically, you're just juggling bondages basically. But you got to get people out of all those paradigms into a whole good paradigm, a paradigm that's actually going to help people.
Yeah, and that bondage from one to the next is sold as progress. People buy it, and they love to enslave themselves to it.
Yeah, you can do Democrat, then you can do left, then you can do right, then you can do Alex Jones the next year. You can do the whole thing. You can bring in Elon Musk, the Elon Muskers, the new party with Elon Musk. You can bring in like some guy from Romania or something, some king or something, some distant. You can just bring in new guys all the time, like a new movie, like a new TV series, like a new craze. You can just have these things running the whole time. But they're all leading to bondage. They're all leading to like a wrong mindset, a darkened mindset. But you got to come out of the paradigms of all of those, because it's beyond all of those things. It's beyond the paradigms of, because if you're just seeing all the devil and all his works and just expounding on that, I mean, it's good to expose it, but a lot of people are waking up to that now, so that's good. But then you're just like so fearful of that, and you're just like seeing that, and then people obviously don't even want to look at that because it's just so horrible that you don't even want to acknowledge that it's real. That's probably what's happening to most people. But you got to get beyond that to a point where you see something positive. You can't just see negative. You can't just live life by what is not or the negative. You got to see the true. So it's like you can live life by what it should not be, or you can live life what it actually is. But to see that what it is, you got to actually see actual reality of, like, you can talk about counterfeit $100 notes like for your whole life, right? But if you've never seen a real $100 note, you're not going to really know what to do. You're still going to be like working with the negatives, and that's what happens on YouTube. And all the young people are getting like programmed to become conspiracy theorists now. But it's almost like they're getting like to accept it now. It's almost like they're seeing it so much now. It's just okay. Yeah, well, we know about that. That's okay. So it's almost like you see it so often that it becomes like you become familiar with it, and you don't really worry about it anymore. You don't even try and challenge it or oppose it. It becomes like you just get sink into it slowly, like a frog slowly getting cooked in hot water. But instead, I mean, like if you look to beyond all those things, then you get outside. Hey, it's about all the horrible things that are shown on YouTube. That and it's not just about the New World Order and about the Illuminati and all about the babies that they eat and stuff. It's not just there's much more beyond that, and it's like people get stuck, I think, in conspiracy. I mean, conspiracy is true. The conspiracies are real, but at the same time, you can get stuck in them and lost in them. And you can get I see a lot of people getting lost in conspiracy. They're not moving beyond that.
A lot of people fall for the deception where there's a lot of there are a lot of lies mixed in with a truth that is revealed. And so a lot of the horrors that you alluded to, which I don't think we should get into on the live stream too much, but the horrors you alluded to, I think happened, but I really don't see it. Just my gut tells me it's probably about 10% of what the boomer right is projecting on YouTube and TikTok and other social media platforms.
So basically, we're creating a culture of like these like conspiracy theorists, and everyone is becoming like that. They're becoming more like that, but at the same time, then they're not really getting to the bottom of anything. They're just getting. It's just like they're creating this atmosphere where that kind of thing can be okay, well, it can be sort of, there's a place for it. It's almost because you've seen it so many times on YouTube. So it's like Elon Musk saying, okay, the robots are going to take us over. Oh no, we're going to die. Next minute, he's busy making those robots in the back. Well, he's not making them, but his buddies are. He's just the presenter, whatever. But the people that control him are busy making these robots that control everyone. So he's busy saying, oh, we got to fear the robots. So he's using the fear to open the door to make you feel like it's okay. Okay, it's a trick. It's a mind trick because.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean here. You've come to accept robots as a fear in your life at that point, and then you just carry on.
You just carry on with it because it's okay. Okay, now we accept it. Now they make the robots, and now they're ready because they've got everyone conditioned. So what it is, it's mind conditioning. So you can use conspiracy theories as mind conditioning as well to get you ready for what they're going to do. Understand? So it's actually like it's a reverse thing. They prepare you. It's called mind conditioning, almost like they're conditioning you by. So even though the things are true somewhat, and haven't fully done them to the full extent, they're conditioning you so that you accept those things, so that you actually so when it comes along, you don't resist it. See?
But another component to this is the people that are espousing this and decrying the fear, their credibility will eventually be ruined when the truth of the situation is revealed to be far less egregious than they had proposed and they had been perpetuating. And so now their credibility is ruined. The entire world has now accepted 10% more tyranny, and nobody knows the wiser.
And they create a new guy. They create a new Elon Musk, a new whatever, a new flag,
a new titan of industry.
Then you just change your brand. You just go to the new flag, and then you just switch flags the whole time. Basically, that's what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. They just create new flags, and then they create this moral hero that's going to save the world. And then this guy will save us. Surely he will save us. He's our hero. You could make a Monty Python about it. I mean, you could make a whole Monty Python drama about it, and it would be quite funny, but it would be quite sick in a way because it's true. And you could make like a whole, you could actually, basically, so you could make Flat Earth an icon too. You could make it the next one. You know what I mean? You could. It's basically there. It's usable because you could use it as a way to pull everyone out of the last thing into the new thing. You know what I mean? You could. There's so many ways it could go if you think about it. How they could do the script. It's like a script, and they go along, and then they think, what should we use now? What should we use to get everyone to the next little thing that we can control them with?
Yeah, you've heard it said in our circles that we're observing a new cosmology being worked behind the scenes by the academic elite in astrophysics and cosmology departments. And it almost seems as if they're watching us, they're seeing how we're developing. They know they can't keep some things under wraps philosophically. For them, this is all a philosophical exercise after all. So they have to come up with a cosmology that reconciles elements of what Flat Earth is saying, but with what they will also want to perpetuate from their own myth. And they want to do this in a way that discredits us and simultaneously boosts them up, while also taking advantage of the Flat Earth truths that have already been injected and conditioned amongst people in the mainstream rhetoric. Do I got that right?
Well, concave Earth would be the one as well. From those Jurassic, those what's it called? Those big monster movies with the Earth that's like concaving, and with the internal Earth as well. Internal,
concave.
And with the Earth's actually inside, and you go to a lower Earth. Inside the Earth, there's like a lower structure or something. That kind of thing. So that's what they're trying to push a lot in Hollywood. But yeah,
I kind of think what they might push is the idea that Earth as a surface has more of a manifold type of topology, where it is flat, but it's also a sphere like Pac-Man Earth, and potentially other objects that we see in the night sky are the same.
Well, what? If I don't want to give them ideas, but I mean, if I was
me neither.
I mean, I've got some really good ideas. I could probably sell Globe Earth better than all these guys could. I've got some really good ideas. If I was one of those evil guys, part of their group, I know exactly how to sell it. I could make everyone, convince everyone in a day that, there's a way to do it, but I don't even want to say it because it's kind of like. They might use it. it's so, and it might have some truth in it as well, because But it's got to do with dimensions, different dimensions. But anyway, but yeah. So basically, that's what I mean. If you think of like superheroes and comics, that's what everyone reads, right? So everyone's based on this unreal world that they create in comics and movies, and so basically it's an easy door to control the mind. Once they got their foot in the door already, so they can basically any narrative from the movies, and they got all these narratives like lined up, and you can just basically do whatever you like with the movies, because most people are going to listen to you because they watch movies. Children watch movies, they watch all the latest stuff. And the one thing they're trying to do now is the fear narrative and the nuke narrative. And if you watch the movies like Fallout coming out, the Fallout series and things like that, it's all about like fear, apocalypse, like worrying about war, worrying about lack, worrying about poverty, worrying about no food. That's the narrative that they're trying to create at the moment. That's the mood that they're always trying to create some kind of mood to keep everyone in control.
Yeah, that mood, I think, provides a backdrop for all kinds of media messaging and propaganda messaging that comes afterwards. Movies, new TV shows, new discoveries that is going to be talked about because it supports the fear narrative. And then you start seeing all the same things that start to align with the same underlying narrative. And you got to wonder what is going on here.
Yeah, and the
is it operating off of like a collective subconscious, or is this consciously being guided? You know.
Yep, and the movies and the media, they align perfectly. They work so well together because they're always in sync. Like you'll see the movies coming out. They'll have like at the times when they're trying to get people to do certain things that they shouldn't do, like take certain stuff that they shouldn't do. Really, that's not really good. They'll put in the movies. They'll blatantly put it in the movies, and you won't even notice it. But in the movie, in the middle of the movie, there'll be like a thing. Oh, we got to go do this in our movie. Like it's like, oh, we're going to go do this thing that you're not supposed to do, and we're going to go do it now. Come, let's go do it. It's like in the middle of a movie that's got nothing to do with like that subject or anything, but they'll just pop it in there. They'll pop it in, and then they twist your whole mind thinking as well. The nature of good and evil. They'll change your whole thinking, your whole worldview through a movie, and you won't even know it. By the end of the movie, you'll be like, oh, maybe actually evil is not so bad. Actually, maybe it's not so bad to be the villain. Maybe it's not so bad to be the Joker, or look at the Joker. He's just a poor little guy trying to change the world and trying to, people deserve to be, maybe people deserve. So what they're using is the justice God, the God which is basically, if you think of it, like the Christian God is not really the justice God. He's justice, but his justice is mercy, right? But the God of this world, the devil, is all about the justice of eye for an eye, tooth for tooth, punishment, like retribution. Because basically the devil is wanting you to be punished, right? He wants you to be punished for every sin that you do, right? So basically he's the justice kind of guy. He outright, but God is giving mercy, right? So in terms of like that movie, it's like, oh, well, they all deserve to die. Everyone deserves to die. It's sort of like justifies war. You watch the Joker in Batman, you walk out there and you're thinking, man, actually people deserve punishment. They deserve, and wow, let's go punish them. You know what I mean? It's like, let's become a military. Let's do more wars. You're conditioned to become like a monster, basically, to think like these people, these evil people that pull the strings. And
it's a pleasure. Sorry to cut you off. I got to run. I'll be listening though. Talk to you later.
Yeah, sure. And so the conditioning happens in the cinema while you're busy watching, while you're thinking you're relaxing, while you think you're just being a normal person and watching this fun movie, whatever. That's your brainwashing. That's your conditioning. That's your time to get to think like these people. It's totally evil, and that's ruining society. Of course, in all these movies, they're going to put like lots of stuff about the globe. Space movies and space and vacuums sucking people out into space, and they're going to do all this stuff. They do it over and over, and they're going to keep on doing it because it's all part of the program. They have to put lots of globe Earth things in the movies all the time because they've got to keep you fed with this globe Earth narrative, because that's what you've been fed your whole life. So now you've got to be fed some more. And when you watch those movies, when you watch even your anime, your anime is in space stuff is in anime. It's in animation movies. It's in cartoons. It's in children's TV. It's in everything that you do. You're seeing space. You're seeing planets. You're seeing from a small age. They teach the children to have globes. They want the schools to have globes. NASA wants to sponsor schools because they want your mind and they want you to be controlled by this whole round ball cult, which is from a young age. If they feel that if they can control your mind, they can control you, and that's what it is. It's just a mind control system. Globe Earth is a mind control system to take over your mind and to keep you in the control, to keep you under the system of fear and keep you under that system of mind control. Also to gauge you where you are, how mind controlled you are, how easy you are to manipulate. So most people are easy to manipulate, very easy. Nowadays, people can be manipulated with a flick of a finger.
But why would they lie?
Well, there's lots of money involved.
Man?
There's lots of money involved. When you got lots of money, what do you have? You have power. You can have things that you want. You can buy people. You can buy pleasure, whatever. The things that you think are going to give you pleasure, but they're not really, because those people don't really like you anyway. They just like the money that you give them. So it's all about money and feeling that because you don't feel important, so you feel that you have to have money to make yourself something. So you lie, manipulate to make money, and then you can with your money you can buy people, but you're not really buying their hearts. You're not really having real relationships. You're just using people, and they're using you, and then you just become more and more sad anyway. And that's why the globe is going to make you sad. It's not a happy message. The globe gospel. It's not the good news. It's the bad news. The bad news of the globe. It's going to make you a manipulator. It's going to make you part of that whole system. The part of that system that says let's manipulate people. The money system. And you know how much money NASA gets every month for this lie? Millions and billions. You understand all these space organizations are getting lots of money for this because it's all about keeping everyone under control in that control system. But you don't need control systems. You need to know God, because God's the creator, and all these control systems are created to get people away from God and to hide God. But actually, God is not out in space fighting aliens somewhere. He's right here in our hearts. And his favorite place to be is with us. And the lie is that God is some distant father that's absent. The absent father that's not at home, that's not with us. It's far away. It's not at home on earth. And that we're not the center of his attention, but some other alien races in some far dimension, which is not true. There's no far out alien dimension race. And there's nowhere else. There's just Earth. And God is the center focus here, and He loves us right here where we are. Through Jesus, obviously, you can be saved. And his salvation is by the cross, what he did on the cross. But he's done it all. And he is right, he's very present right with us. And there is a real heaven above us on the flat earth. The real heaven there. There's also a heaven in our hearts. And that's what they want to deny. They want to deny the fact that this is God's earth. Ultimately, he made it. Even though there's lots of evil around, it's all a delusion. We don't have to focus on the evil. We can focus on one who created all things. And when you focus on the one who created all things, all the people, all the other things are going to disappear. Because light dispels darkness, and by focusing on the darkness, that's not the option. The option is to focus on the light. The darkness dispels, and Jesus is the light. Personally, you can have a relationship with your Creator, with the Creator of the flat Earth.
That was very good, mate. But I wouldn't go too heavy on, saying that NASA's not done anything for us, because these are some of the NASA inventions where all this money's gone. The invention
there are
of
some
air
good
thermometers. Well, list them
I do
out.
know about the inventions.
Excuse
I
me.
do know about
Air thermometers, memory foam, scratch-resistant lenses, baby formula, camera phones, freeze drying, invisible braces. Yeah. So all this fucking money. Yeah.
Velcro.
Yeah, I know about the inventions. I mean, there are some good inventions, I admit. I mean, if you've got that much money, you've got to do something.
I'm taking the piss, mate.
Yeah. I mean, they have invented a couple of little things. I mean, obviously, they got to do something to show up like appearance. You know, like at least. I mean, they've got millions and billions. I mean, you know what I mean. So they invented a few little things. Yeah, I mean, hey, good job. But that's not going to make up for the lie that they're lying and they're stealing. Not that I suppose money isn't even real anyway, because it's all just made out of paper anyway, and just they make as much as they want, and then they just change the. So it's not really a big deal, but at the same time, it's more about control and power. When you're talking about the rich people that control everything, they're not concerned about money. They're concerned about power, and keeping their power. That's all that they care about. They don't really have true power because they think they have. Because they don't really understand how power works. They don't understand how love works. Because they haven't understood the deeper things in the universe. They've completely missed the basic class of. They've missed kindergarten, sabi. They've missed basically everything, and they've just gone on to some weird thing that they don't understand. And they're basically trying to control the world with power. They haven't even understood love yet, and that's why it's going to fail. Whatever they do, it's rooted in selfishness, and whatever is rooted in selfishness doesn't last. It's going to fail, because only what love remains. Only love endures, and everything else fails. There's nothing that can endure that isn't love. That's why you have to align yourself with love, or there's nothing else. Love wins. Love overcomes.
Love.
Real love. I'm not talking about like just emotional, just fake love. I'm talking about the real deal. Patience, kindness, the real God kind of love. You know, the God attribute of love, of patience, kindness, self-control, humility, all those things. That kind of love, that endures forever. There's nothing. That's what God is like. God is infinite love, and all the these people are just a bunch of people who deluded and who fighting love. That's all. They're just resisting love. They can't resist love forever. You can never resist love forever. It's going to catch up one day. And everything will be taken over by love. You can't escape love. There's no ways to escape what God's love. His love is inescapable. It's like a black hole that just sucks everything in. Not that there are any real black holes. I mean,
black hole.
But God's love is actually just sucking everything in, and eventually it's going to be pulled in. There's no ways you're going to escape. You can't escape God. He's eternal. He created everything. Everything is held together by Him. And the foolish thing of these people nowadays is that they think that they can align with evil and somehow that they're going to somehow escape. You can't escape God. How are you going to escape the eternal one that holds everything together? Even the devil is held together by the words of his mouth. That means every atom is held together by God. That means it doesn't matter what you do. You think you're independent. There's no independence. There's no separation. Everything is going to come to a final conclusion. It's going to come to like you got to face the Creator. So you can either face Him now, you can face reality now, the flat Earth and reality of things, or you're going to face later. But if you go the later way, it's going to be more painful. But why go the painful way? Why not just go the easy way? You know what I mean? Why resist what's inevitable? God fills all things. He's going to fill all things. It says in the Bible, in Colossians, it says He will fill all things. All things will be filled with Him. So that means everything is going to be, every knee shall bow, every tongue confess. That means everyone's going to admit that Jesus is God eventually. So sooner or later, you're going to admit it. And you might go through a painful process in between. Why go through the painful process? Why not just go straight to the why isn't go straight to where you're actually inevitably going to be going to your relationship with God? Does that mean there's the painful way and there's the easy way and the painful way? Why not choose the easy way? I mean, hey.
See, some new people have joined in the chat whilst you were speaking there, mate. So good to listen to you as well. I appreciate that message, really did. So we've got, who have we got in the chat now? My God, scrolling up, there's loads of people that have joined. Let's have a look. So we've got Necros. What's up, Necros? Hope you're keeping well. Obviously, you heard One Deck earlier. How you doing, One Deck? AJ has joined us. Good to see you, AJ. Alpha Veritas is in the house. What's up, Alpha? Hope you're keeping well, buddy. Hope you get to say hello. What's up, brother? Brewcar 5556. Your time is up. Please bring your car in. Dogs of Gods has joined us. FE Batman's here. That's awesome. Genuine. All right. Julius J. What's up, Julius? Hope you keep well. Matrix is in the house. Good to see you, Matrix. What's up, brother? What's up, man? We got Mick. What's up, Mick? Nihilistic Chris. Hello, Nihilistic. Haven't spoken to you for a couple of days. Oh, Blake Spheroid. Resolve. Super Monkey Ball. What's up, Super Monkey Ball, my friend? And right down the bottom, as we heard speaking earlier, Trinity. What's up, Trinity, man? So yeah, lots of people in the chat. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, wherever on this lovely flat stationary plane you are existing. I hope you're keeping well. It's going to be an interesting couple of days. We might have Nathan Oakley. Well, we will have Nathan Oakley joining us soon, so I hope you'll stick around for that. And then tomorrow evening, I think 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. at some point in America, and 3 a.m., 4 a.m. over here in Europe. There's going to be an Ask Me Anything event where some random people are going to come into the server as a whole and going to ask questions to the Flat Earth. So good for the server and good for this 24/7 Flat Earth channel as well. So if you're not aware of those things, that would be awesome if you could join us. I know AJ and Crit have stepped up to help moderate such events. So big shout out to Crit and AJ. Really appreciate you doing that for us, guys. But yeah, what's up, gang? Mick is saying, morning, everyone in the chat. What's up, Mick? Hope you're keeping well. Good morning to you as well, sir. It's just hit the afternoon here in the UK. It's like 1 o'clock. How does that work on a ball that spins? If anyone's got any questions or whatever, I know Dogs of God's in here. He likes a bit of a challenge. Yeah, the server did fill up fast, Dogs. You are absolutely right. Maybe I'll stick around. Maybe some more people will join before Nathan gets it. That'd be awesome.
I've never talked with Nathan Oakley. I've only heard bad things, but I'm not expecting you guys to badmouth him. But is it going to be through his show?
Yeah, it's going to be.
So,
go on, AJ.
sorry, go Jedi.
No, you're fine, man. You're going to be hosting it, so you say what's going down.
Well, I was going to say I'd actually like to see Dogs have a conversation with him. That would be interesting.
That's all I was going to say.
Yeah, Dogs. What time did you guys? What time did you say it was going to be?
It'll kick off about 10:30 our time, Dogs. He usually starts at 11, but he comes in about half an hour early. Yeah.
Righto.
And
I'll be
run for
round.
3 hours. The show will run for 3 hours. Yeah, that's about it, really.
Hey, what time is it till he arrives from your time, AJ? Like what, an hour?
Well, his show kicks off in about 50 minutes, but he usually comes in about 20 minutes early. So I'd say about half an hour.
Okay.
But official
What's the
show
format?
time, an hour.
Is his format
Well,
he just asks people questions and that sort of thing?
Yeah, so he'll come in and do his regular show questions, a little bit like some of the questions that we ask around here. One thing with Nathan's show, we do mod it as his show. He has this particular way he runs his shows. So while he's in here, we have to run it that way. He won't put up with any fallacious reasoning or ad homs or straw mans or any of that sort of stuff, he'll call it out instantly, and people will be muted if they're just going to continually rinse and repeat, basically.
Yeah, cool. Does he get upset when you do that to him? Like, just should I not say, hey, that's a straw man? Or
well, yeah, you can if you like, but
good luck.
He's going to try and hold you to the points, and he's going to do a lot of berating. Yeah, you can cop a little bit of abuse. Yeah, say that.
Yeah,
Is
cool.
that?
I'm just.
Come on, Doc. Sorry, man. Carry on.
Yeah, I just want to know. Like, obviously, I come in here act like a dickhead, but if it's someone's actual show, maybe I won't do that. So I just want to know what will.
That you admit that. That's really funny. Yes, you definitely do come in and act like a dickhead. But I'm actually praising that man, so that's fine.
Every server I go into, people are like, "Oh, you're such an asshole, dog." I'm like, "Yeah, I fucking know. What do you expect, mate? This is a game. I come in here with the attitude because it's fun to do." Yeah. So I just want to know like how far I can go with him before he'll just boot me and be done.
Yeah, AJ, I'll take primary care of that. I mean, that if it ends up into people spitting and like cussing out everything, that's just not going to happen, man. It's no different than the way that we really want to. It's basically you being running here, so I'd expect it to be no different. We want to hold the conversation. We don't want to be heavy on the mute button, but we want the audio to be clear. But yeah, so there's only a few mods that are really taking control of mute buttons and whatnot. What Nathan does, I mean, I know he's able to mute this server, so his viewers on YouTube, for example, can't hear like us all shouting in the background and can just hear him, making his cohesive point to his audience. But he doesn't generally have to do that if the conversation runs smoothly, man. So it's you'll be fine, man, as long as it doesn't turn into spits and fists.
Well, usually how it works, dogs. Usually how it works, guys, and nihilistic Chris in the chat as well. The reason I start muting people or people get muted is when everyone gets fired up and everybody's speaking over the top of each other, and he's yelling at you and you're yelling at him, and it is just absolute chaos. No one gets anything from it. It is his show, so generally if that occurs, you'll get muted until we can sort it out, but you'll have your opportunity to speak again. That's pretty much it. We want to keep it on track, and we just don't want that audio chaos.
I've noticed recently with Nathan, he has sort of steadied out a bit. I mean, he can blow up, and I think over the past years, he can be a little bit, loud and argumentative, like you're saying, you can get berated from him. But I've noticed if you're reasonable with him and try and hold the conversation, I think a good conversation can be had if it's back and forth, just no nonsense, talk about the topic and
100%.
get your point across.
I'm going to second that. Seconded.
When you get berated is when you're sitting there ad homing and circle jerking and going back and just rereading the same points, recovering the same points over and over again that have been answered. A little bit like dealing with QE, I suppose, if you've debated QE.
Yeah, I talked to him when I first went on the 24/7 actual server, and yeah, he was not a very nice chappy.
I think QE's a bit more militant if you were comparing. QE's a bit more militant.
Oh,
yeah,
he probably is.
Yeah, won't tell you to fuck off.
Yeah.
QE will.
Yeah, that's a good way of saying it, Alpha. QE's definitely more militant. Bloody hell. And he comes with ammunition as well, though. That's the thing. He does try to come with like ammunition that backs up what he says, but he's the only person who really does that, or definitely the first person who really did that. So not necessarily too much you can argue with unless you come back with similar type of evidence.
Yeah, we haven't been to 24/7 actual, so we don't even. How's he been? Well, I've been over here mostly.
QE.
Yeah. Doing all right?
He's good, man. He seems to do his daily thing in with CB at the original server. Yeah, they seem to have a pretty good thing going over there during the day. My time.
Yeah, we kind of put this as a forwarding station, so we're mainly over here kind of establishing our presence. and then we'll eventually start branching off into other places and probably doing a show. I'm gonna start probably doing a show in the near future. I've been trying to do something, but I just like had to move, so there's a lot of process of me moving and getting settled, but I have all the gear to set up for a small studio, which is what I'm gonna do, and then probably be in Jedi or something. Just gonna kick something off. We've always
Our community is like a content creation house, but a virtual one. It's really great.
Yeah, definitely. I want to be more established on Rumble than anything else, because Rumble, we can actually have the conversations that we want, like, freely. So I think Rumble is going to be the way we're going to go with the show. Definitely the format we want.
Yeah, Rumble's easy to manage too.
So
Yep.
a little bit like a podcast with you and Jedi throwing it back and forwards, and
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I like FaceTime, so I'd like to get up eventually on the camera.
yeah, cool, man.
I don't mind. Doesn't bother me. See how that goes.
Yeah. You were doing a bit of that, weren't you, for a while there? But you were just recording out of here onto Rumble, onto your channel.
Let's see. Well, we had
a while ago.
Yeah, we had the
Yes.
Flat Earth on YouTube. That was a lot of fun. We were planning to do podcasts.
Miggy's Wig Snatchers Club. Do you remember that? That was
Yep.
hilarious.
That's what I was talking about on Rumble.
My channel's still up, by the way.
Is it? That's
Yeah,
funny, man. Good old wig snatching.
That was fun.
Oh, those were the days. Look at us. Do you remember all these things we used to do like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years ago as Flat Earthers, man? Time's passed really, really quickly, man, but quite a lot of us have been here for a bit of time, so it's interesting. We've got lots of different things to look back upon, but got a big smile on my face thinking about the Wig Snatchers Club. That was some funny shit.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about that.
You go ahead, Chris.
Okay, I was just thinking about that too. Kind of like the waves of sort of like internet usage and kind of like the like, I wouldn't say memes in a sense, but kind of like big button issues that have come and gone in the past. You're like at the beginning of YouTube, it's a lot about kind of like social justice and platforming stories that weren't being shown on the mainstream media. Then it turned into like this hijacking of atheism, trying to take over the platform as their platform, and then the pushback against that. And then once the internet became more accessible, more groups started showing up, special interest groups and whatnot. And then the pushback against that. So like this culture and counterculture.
Yeah, Rumble's gonna give the freedom to actually have those conversations that branch off from the Flat Earth conversation. So we'll be able to kind of pivot to another topic.
You start answering why does it matter? You really break it down. This is why it matters. Like I was saying earlier today, Vsauce just dropped a new video about him painting his shoes. That's why it's going to matter. So people will have the firepower to laugh at them and say, dude, this is the dumbest shit I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, if anything, it's really provocative to have the conversation. So that's why our channel's #1 here, because it's crazy. People can't reconcile the fact that, why would they lie? So that they need to come in. It's like moths to a flame. They have to know what's going on in here.
Yeah, it has this idea that the current culture or counterculture thing is people, what do you know and how do you know it? Sort of like this subjective versus objective worldviews. And that's kind of like the hot button issue right now in the sort of like the day and age of alternative facts, where people just invent their own facts. And the whole political spectrum is all based on their version of reality is separate from what other people are saying it is.
Now, check it out, man, because people within the community also, and I mean, I use that term. A lot of people don't like that term, but I would say the people within the Flat Earth, they also have different worldview perspectives on like philosophical worldview, like what they consider reality, It
Yeah,
sucks.
versus opinion. Like this is what it is. Like this is a back scratcher on my desk, and someone says it's not actually a back scratcher. It's plastic. It's metal. It's a foam handle. It can be whatever you want it to be. Like no, dude, it's a back scratcher. That's exactly what it is. It's like
That's
that. You've seen that meme where it's like who would win, like 1,000 scientists at NASA or a 20-minute YouTube video by a flat earther. But in the meme, it shows a picture with maybe about 40 or 50 people in it. And then the YouTube video is actually 40 minutes. You can see like a little thumbnail at the bottom of the video. And this is a sort of alternative facts you're dealing with. Like when they said the most attended, presidential inaugural, and they take a screenshot, over the reflection pond. And it doesn't show that big of a crowd compared to other crowds. Just by mass, just not counting heads. And that's kind of what the globalists have done. They basically show a picture of a room with 30, 40 people in it and just say it's 1,000. Well, how do you know it's 1,000? Alternative facts. Like here's a 20-minute YouTube video by a flat earther. Well, how do you know it's alternative? Or how do you know it's 20 minutes? Because it's marked 41 minutes. Alternative facts. How do you know the Earth is a globe? Alternatively, I project my mind into space and see it from outer space. Your alternative, so not the facts on the ground that you actually see and perceive. You've got some alternative facts that you're using.
Just ask Scott Mackey; he'll tell you. He watches NPR.
Yeah, that's the best. I know, like NPR, like that's perfect. Like NPR tells you at the beginning they're using personal story. They call that lived experiences. And yet he can't use that logic to identify as a flat earther. You're like, dude, what the fuck happened to you? Put down the weed. Put down the weed and start thinking. Your brain is mush, dude.
No, he actually says, he's like, well, where do you get your news source from? And not CNN, bro. Like freaking mainstream. I mean, it's just, even in the like global circles, they wouldn't even say that like mainstream media, like don't believe everything you see on the news, Yeah,
said from the beginning, they used to say that news is telling you what they want you to hear, not what they act. And one of the great examples was when I was really young, and I just on my dad's knee, and the news article lady came in and said, "This information could save your family, could save your house, could they're going to bitch up. They're trying to sell a radon detector." And I didn't know at the time, like, oh shit, like this is real important. I'm telling my dad, he's like, watch, they're gonna cut to a commercial break and come back and try to sell you some bullshit you don't need. And I'm like, yo, no way, right? This news lady's important. She's on TV. And sure enough, she freaks out. I got information to tell you right after this commercial break. And he kind of gives me a wink. I'm like, damn, he's almost right. And she comes back and says, here's our newest sponsor, like Life, Channel or whatever, radon detector. And I look at him like, holy fuck. Like, he nailed it.
So I have a counter narrative to this, and it's that you face zero repercussions if you lie as an alternative media creator, except for maybe losing a couple of people that try to think about things objectively or find evidence for things. Whereas if you're someone like CNN, if you say something that's an outright lie, you're likely to be challenged by every other media group and every other independent person that's out there as well on that lie. So there's more incentive for an alternative media creator to lie than CNN.
Wow, reality is the exact opposite of that.
What if they were allowed to post up anything they liked, but it has to be verified?
The U.S. guys are like two peas in a pod there.
It's like Richard Nixon said, the American people will believe anything they see on TV, and Dog just leveled that up. I only believe what I see.
It's the opposite now. So the American people will believe anything they see on YouTube from a YouTuber that hasn't verified it, or now it's TikTok from a TikToker that hasn't verified it.
That's you mean like
it's changed.
We got a couple of names for you if you actually want to take that one all the way. We got Dave Farina, Professor Dave. We got
Well,
who's
can
the
we start with
tester?
him?
No, I mean he's one of them. I mean,
Yeah, well, let's start with your first example. What has Dave Farina said that's untrue?
it's just like everything. He talks
So
about
that's part
How
of the
many
problem.
fallacies did they count on Mindshock? Like 267 fallacies in 40 minutes?
Apparently
Yeah, but no offense, Mindshock's a fucking moron.
Really?
Well, so are
I don't
you.
know what a
No
fallacy
offense.
is.
No offense, you're a moron too, dogs.
Yeah, seriously. Dude,
Yeah,
you
that's fine to say, but I don't have examples. You bring up any Mindshock video you want, and I will tell you within the first 10 minutes how he fundamentally misunderstands logic and reasoning.
Okay. So anybody can look up some of the fallacies that he's calling out and verify that he's saying the fallacy correctly. So are you saying that everybody that looks up these fallacies while he's calling them out are also incorrect?
Yeah, they're all incorrect. They may not be stupid, they may just be biased, but they're all incorrect. It's for sure. Do you want an example, maybe?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, mate. So what's Mindshock's latest video? Because I've actually watched one he did for one of the modern day debates and then one he did for FTFE. And both of them, he fundamentally misunderstood that you can insult someone or even strawman someone and what you say is still correct.
Are you saying that he said that it's okay to ad hom someone and then be correct on the position that you have? Is that, I don't know if that's what you're saying, but
Yeah, he said that an ad hom will make you incorrect or has made your argument incorrect.
I don't know. I haven't seen
The whole point of an ad hom is to avoid an argument, right?
That's why
Exactly,
Dave
but
has.
he calls every insult an ad hom, and that's part of the problem.
This is why Dave, now Professor Dave, why he uses victim status, because it became a currency. So what he does is he deems any position that is counter to his worldview as an attack, a personal attack against him. And then he allows him to do whatever he wants to do. That he is righteous. He's righteous to defend himself. He's using God's given right of self-defense.
Doing that?
Yeah, like flat Earth or evolution.
No, I mean like something that he has said or done that indicates that he thinks he's a victim. Because every interaction I've seen, the James Tour one, the one against Dearth or whatever, he has been the aggressor in that. He has been, I am making you guys look bad intentionally because you are a victim of misinformation and I am trying to stop you from being a victim.
No,
or
Dave.
At least you're victims. I'm trying to stop you from causing victims.
Darth said, "Hey, can you not be a dick?" And he's like, "No, I'm going to be a dick because you are an insult. Your position is insulting." And he's like, "Well, what's my position?"
Yes.
He didn't know it. He didn't know what the flat Earth position even was. He has no idea what Darth was even going to say, but he already took offense to it because he knows playing the little man victim card can get him what he wants. Attention.
How's that playing the victim card by saying that it is an insult to say that people who actually go out there and do experiments and come up with theories that they then validate and test are all incorrect purely because you sit there behind a computer and decide they're incorrect?
Well, you said
that's a misperception.
You have to add yourself to that equation. Yeah. So it's a self-victimization. Because if someone's over there doing their own thing...
You said I have to add myself to the situation. What does that mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're making this about you.
Somebody's saying something, you don't have to listen if you don't want to. You have to add yourself. This reminds me when one of the first times I talked to the guy who did the seismology stuff. I'm trying to blank on his name all of a sudden.
Tony?
Yeah, Tony. I was just talking about like flat Earth stuff, and he went off on me. Like, just off on me. Like, you're calling me a liar. I'm like, how? How am I calling you a liar? Like, I wasn't even talking to you. I don't even know who the fuck you are. This is the first time I ever met you. Like, what's going on here? He's like, every time you fire up your GPS, you're calling me a liar. Okay, I don't have a GPS. Yeah, I had
That's
one
some hardcore collectivist hive mind thinking, isn't it? Like
Yeah,
he
I
totally sold out his individuality.
I said I had one like in 2008, and like right away the maps were out of date. I bought it kind of like at a bargain bin at the local whatever tech store, and I was just like, oh, I guess let me try it out and see if I like it. Like what good is it? And it was worthless. It was literally worthless. Like I'd better just look at the map and just remember how many left and right turns I need to make. And so I told him I don't use GPS. Are we friends again? He's like, no, because you got people. I'm like, okay, fine. How about this? I will never use GPS again. Can we be friends? And he's like, no, we can't be friends. And then somehow it diffused a little bit, and we just started talking about role playing games, and he was back to normal.
Yeah, because he isn't playing a victim. It's not a role he's playing. It's just that at that point, because his job is to actually do seismology and he works with gravimeters, you saying that gravity doesn't exist or something that he has verified,
Yeah, I
so
didn't
he
say
tried to
that.
model out the flat Earth using seismology and he showed it couldn't happen that way. He then modeled it out as a globe Earth and it did happen that way due to the way the seismic waves move through the Earth and the sensors pick them up. By you saying the Earth isn't a globe or gravity doesn't exist or any of those things that you say, or that science is just fundamentally wrong about everything, that is insulting his work, and he's going to tell you off for that like anyone else who's insulted. But then after that, after he's told you off, he's not playing a victim. He goes back to just being Tony.
P waves and S waves are signals that return to a horizontal plane of reference. You're measuring angle return signals. You need a flat Earth for seismology and P waves, S waves, all those bounce signals. What do you think they're doing? Measuring return angles with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. You need a flat Earth for this.
So there's no horizontal plane of reference for those angles. The references are just seismic stations, and the seismic stations can exist on a globe Earth. It's all about the sequence they hit. It has nothing to do with horizontal.
But they're getting return angles.
Yes.